progress is an electrified masterpiece with unwavering craftsmanship, where intuitive design meets supercar performance and state-of-the-art technology.
Yeah, so look at the pairings for today.
So pairings for today, just recapping the results from yesterday. We have Declerc from France, 1-0 up over Jeffrey Peterson from the United States of America, and Cole Tapper, 1 up against fellow countryman Will Sargent.
Yeah, today's going to be a really important day for staying calm, collected, not letting the pressure get to you. It'll be really easy. It's a lot easier for the teams entering today 1 up. We'll see how the teams who are not got the win on the board for the semis take advantage of today's conditions.
Yeah, remembering it's first to 3 semi-finals, with the winner of each pairing advancing to the grand final of the Youth Match Racing World Championship. Just see on picture here, Cole Tapper in boat 2 and Ange Declerc in boat 1, just doing a little bit of a warm-up. Ange Declerc in boat 1, just doing a little bit of a warm-up, getting dialed in, tuning in their settings and adjusting to this light northeaster that we've got here at the moment.
Yeah, it's a bit under forecast than what we were expecting, and we've got a lot of chop out on the course. So really important to be really dynamic in the boats, keeping flow over all your sails, and just holding that power as best as possible. It's going to be a really good match between Sargent and Tapper. You've got your two home teams competing for that finals spot. You've got lots of friends between the two teams, so extra interesting racing in that match that we'll see today.
Yeah, that's right. So both teams from the CYCA and part of the Youth Sailing Academy. Introducing the crews on Cole Tapper's boat. We have Max Brennan on main sheet, Hamish Vass on the bow and trim, and Chelsea Williams on the bow and trimming as well.
Yeah, and then on Will Sargent's team, we've got Eddie Reid, Hugo Leeming, Paige Caldercoat, and Joel Bashil. Yeah, lots of friends between the teams, so it's going to be really, really interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, big lineup between the teams, and they've both got a very good record, with Cole coming into this event world #1 in the rankings and coming off a second place at the 2023 Governors Cup. While his fellow teammate and fellow countryman, Will Sargent, just being crowned the SB20 World Champion. So big track records there and great sailors all round.
Yeah, and they are so good at performing under pressure, so today will be really time for them to shine. You know, they've done it before, they can do it again, so we'll see how that goes. And then in our French team, we've got Ange Declerc on the helm, with Julia Demondo, Julien Bonnell, Corentin Guillon, and Erwan Filio. Again, these are members of the French Youth AC team. They came 6th at the French 2023 Youth Nationals for match racing, and 2nd at the 2023 Eurosaf Youth Match Racing Europeans. So again, we've lots of titles there, lots of experience racing in these high pressure situations.
Ange Declerc matched up against Jeffrey Peterson from the United States of America. Golden State match racing team from the Balboa Yacht Club. On his boat, he's got Justin Callahan on the main, Enzo Mendito on the bow, Daniel Pegg trimming, and Mabella Marlowe trimming the keel. Jeffrey Peterson, 2022 World Champion at the Youth Match Racing and the 2021 runner-up. Also beating out Cole in the 2023 Governors Cup to take that top spot. So a little bit of rivalry between those two.
Yeah, so you can follow on the screens now. We've got the United States team warming up, looking really dialed in. Got a nice low pole, fast mode through this chop. So this will be really key. They're setting up now for a jibe, it looks like. See their technique, really dynamic, keeping that flow through this chop all the time. Like we said before, it's under forecast at the moment. We're looking probably at around the 6 knot range. So yeah, that flow and power is everything.
Just while the teams are warming up here, we'd just like to take a quick moment to once again thank the event partners for this event. Mercure Sydney, Audi Centre Sydney, Hallie Hansen Australia, media partners, Sale Media, the event photographer, Darcy Collington, event contributors, Noakes Group, and the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia.
Yeah, it's a really exciting time of the year for the CYCA with the Rolex Sydney to Hobart race coming up, which is adding to the harbour traffic at the moment with all the teams preparing, which is really exciting for the club.
Yeah, it's a big one too, 30th edition of the Rolex Sydney Hobart, so definitely be a big turnout for this event, and I'm sure everyone very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, we've got some of the sailors here who were competing this week at the Worlds on boats. Robbie McCutcheon will be sailing on Moneypenny down to Hobart, which is really exciting, and I'm sure there's other members looking for spots on teams.
Yeah, we also had John Winning Senior invite Jeffrey Peterson and crew out on Comanche for a little Andu Comanche for a little test sail. Team really enjoyed that, and yeah, we'd like to thank him and the team once again for that opportunity.
Just had the AP flag pop up on the start boat, so facing a little bit of a delay. Looks like it's a little shifty for them laying the course at the moment.
Looking around the harbour today, we have a relatively clear harbour compared to yesterday. Not as many big boats out, and no Sail Sydney course to contend with. Yesterday we had the laser radial course just situated to the east of us, so nice clearer race area for the teams today, and hopefully a little bit less chop in this slightly lighter breeze. Still a lot of motorboat traffic, so we'll have to see how the teams navigate this tricky chop and keep the boats powered up and flowing nicely. Just following Will Sargent here, doing his little warm-up, taking his ley lines, timing the distance from the boat to the pin, and just dialing in those settings and lead back times.
Yeah, that pre-race homework is going to be super important. They're obviously Will Sargent versus Cole Tapper in our first match of the day. So we've got Will entering from port, blue entry, and then we've got Cole Tapper, yellow, starboard entry. So he'll be entering around the bow of the start boat.
Checking out the race course, looking upwind, we have Shark Island just situated to the left of the top marks here. We'll have to see how that plays an impact to the top of the beat. Do you think that could have an effect on some shifts to the top marks, Sophia?
Yeah, we've definitely seen that the last few days when we've had a similar course axis. At the top of the course, we've got that left hand pressure bending off Shark Island So really important, eyes out of the boat for the tactician on the teams to get onto those shifts early on that port ley line.
Just looking at Cole Tapper here now, boat 2, preparing for his first match of the day, flight 2. Dialing in his ley lines again and just setting the boat up.
We had a great night last night after racing at the Mercure Sydney. We had pizza and all the teams had a nice get-together, relaxing. It was really good for the teams today who are going into these final series. A good way to relax, keep it friendly, keep it cool, not let the pressure get to you.
Yeah, full credit to Jordan and the full team at Mercure Sydney for organising that. It was a great social event and good way to take the edge off and build a bit of camaraderie between the teams. If you're just joining us, we are currently under AP postponement for the Australia 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championships. We're just trying to set a course and wait for the breeze to settle a little bit at the moment. A little bit unstable further up, so just dialing in those wind readings and waiting for a stable breeze.
Yeah, we're currently looking at about 11 knots at the top of the course. So hopefully that holds and fills in nicely throughout the day. On screen we can see Cole Tapper, boat 2, taking his pin ley lines. They're going to be really key for your pre-start plan.
Just in shot here, we've got the Gordon Marshall, the race official boat. With the PRO of the event, Dennis Thompson. Dennis done a really great job to get a full series in so far. It's not always that a regatta runs so smoothly, so it's full credit to his team that he's put together to make this event such a success so far. Just in shot here, on Chacler, just relaxing at the back of the boat, keeping the head clear, keeping cool and calm. Just waiting for this AP to get dropped and racing to get underway.
Yeah, he's got a bit of time up his hands as he's match 2 today against Jeffrey. So lots of time just to relax, stay in the shade under the sail, keep out of the sun.
So we talked a little bit before about Cole Tapper and Will Sargent being part of the CYCA YSA program. Soph, do you want to talk a little bit about who's come through this program and what kind of sailors are in that program's legacy?
Yeah, so we've got a full lineup of lots of familiar names that have come from out of the YSA program. We've got graduates including Will Ryan, who's an Olympic gold and silver medalist at the 2020 and 2016 Olympic Games. Olivia Price and Lucinda Whitty, who are also Olympic silver medalists in 2012. Sam Newton, Sail GP champions, Team Australia, and Kyle Langford, also a Sail GP champion for Team Australia. He's also done the Ocean Race and the 2013 America's Cup champion for Oracle Team USA. So big familiar names that have come through that program, and that's why we see the likes of Cole Tapper and Will Sargent today racing for that finals series spot, ready to claim that title.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, the CYCA has also won 4 youth match racing world championships in the past, with Harry Price winning in 2017, Tom Grimes in 2019, James Hodgson in 2020, and winning their first one in New Caledonia with a silver medal in New Caledonia. So one of the YSA teams will be progressing towards that final and potentially taking the overall 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championship.
Yeah, on screen we've currently got Cole Tapper for Australia. He's currently one up in the semis against Will Sargent, the other Australian team. So he's in a pretty good spot coming into today to move forward towards that finals spot.
Key point to note about Cole Tapper and team is they're the only team that's progressed this far 4 up. So we'll have to see how that affects their light wind performance. Typically, we would expect 4 up teams to be able to roll the boat a little bit more coordination, and potentially building a bit more speed in this light air. Does also mean though that one less set of hands making the drops may be a little bit harder, but you know, the boys on the boat, Max Brennan just being super physical to trim that kite and do all the jobs required, and yeah, we'll see how that matchup goes against Will Sargent, who's sailing 5 up. Here we see Will Sargent, 5 up team, just relaxing and checking out the race course.
Yeah, as Jack mentioned, having that 5th extra person, it does make the boat a lot more crowded, a lot less space in the small Elliott 7s, so really beneficial on a day like today when you're 4 up. You can move in sync, you got a bit more space, and yeah, your coordination is just a lot easier.
On Chacler, on picture now, boat 1, 5 up as well. 5 up teams seem to be have a little bit more boat speed yesterday in the windy conditions, so we'll see how they go again in this lighter breeze.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. You've got that weight benefit. Obviously, maxed weight in these boats is 350 kilos, and so having that fifth person just helps you reach that target a little bit easier. 4-up teams have to have bigger guys to help with that weight. Obviously, in that breezier conditions that we had yesterday, that extra weight on the rails so beneficial, just with the hiking and boat speed.
Just looking upwind here, looking like the breeze is filling in a little bit more, and we can see on the start boat one of the flag bearers just looking like they're getting ready to drop that postponement flag down. So racing getting underway very shortly here on Sydney Harbour.
That's AP down on the start boat, so we're getting into sequence.
8 minutes till the first start here at the 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championships for Day 5.
Just recapping on our schedule today, we are beginning with Flight 2 of the semi-finals. In our first match, we have Will Sargent of Australia, blue entry on port. He is in boat 6. And on starboard entry, also from Australia, we have Cole Tapper in boat 2.
Just recapping their match from yesterday, Cole Tapper getting the jump over Will Sargent and taking one up in the first of 3 semi-finals round. So we'll see if Cole can continue to extend that lead, make it 2-0, or Will Sargent can claw back to tie up the series.
We've just seen the Foxtrot flag go up on the start boat, so we are in sequence.
7 minutes to go here. Just a warning signal for the competitors to get their jibs up, start doing their runs for their entry, and get ready. Looking up the course, we've got Shark Island situated to the left-hand side above the top marks here, and looks to me like a little bit of a light patch underneath the island, so we'll have to see how that affects the top left of the racetrack area.
Yeah, it's something to get used to in Sydney Harbour. Lots of land mass around you. Lots of teams might not be used to that. It has a huge effect. We've seen big wind, big gains to come out of Point Piper out on the right-hand side of the course over the last few days. But there's also follows with huge lulls, which can be really detrimental on a day like today where it is a bit lighter, a bit shiftier. Got to stay. It's all a pressure game.
Yeah, very vertical puffs out by Point Piper over there we found racing. So also looks to me like the boats will be getting pretty close to it for their ley line. So having to work that side of the course if they want to come in on that starboard ley line. Coming into 5 minutes, we've got Cole Tapper just doing his runs into the committee boat. Once again, dialing in that time on distance and making sure him and his team are ready to go for the first flight of the day.
You can see now with those 4-up teams really in sync with their presses through their tacks and jibes. Really huge for their boat speed in this choppy stuff that we've got on the harbour today.
Looking up the course, Sophia, what are you thinking? What side would you be taking? Would you be looking for pin end start, boat end start, or just getting off the line clean?
Well, if we look at the start line now, it looks like the pin's quite high. Bit of pin bias on the line, but we're also looking at nice bottom right pressure, which will be really important on a day like today. Get into that first breeze off the line, make those first gains, get that first cross, and then you can stay in control for the rest of the match.
coming into 4 minutes here. Both boats getting ready to enter into the pre-start and head towards each other. Most likely look to see a dial-up from Cole Tapper against Will Sargent, depending on how favoured that pin is. Both boats entered and standing by for a dial-up here. Cole Tapper just left on picture here with Will Sargent slightly advanced on the right-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, keeping flow in these dial-up is really important, so your bow doesn't fall into the other boat. So both teams doing a really good job. Their bowmen's on the bow with their jib, moving to keep their boat moving.
Seeing both boats back up here simultaneously with an interesting choice here for Cole Tapper. He's looking to build that gauge and keep to windward of Will Sargent, stay in control. Doing a really nice job at the moment, just continuing to build the gauge better over Will Sargent and stay clear astern and not overlapped. Controlling position for Cole here, and we'll see how this progresses as they back up towards the Gordon Marshall, the committee boat, and over into the playground, or the right-hand side of the committee boat.
Yeah, both teams have got really good flow here, lots of boat speed as they move backwards, so it's going to be really interesting to see how Will handles this current situation that Cole has him in.
Yeah, Cole really likes to do this move. He's really dialed at building that flow and building that gauge. We just see Cole accelerate the boat and head back towards Will, with Will matching now, and Cole looking to roll round his bow here. Watching Cole roll into that jibe and try and get this circle started, but doesn't look like he's able to do it as we just passed 2 minutes. Both boats really close to the committee boat here and very, very early for the start.
We've just had a spectator boat come through the course, so we've got quite a bit of wake coming that'll hit the start line in about 30 seconds. So again, really important that the teams have their heads out of the boat, factor this in. Yeah, we can see on screen that wake in the background now, moving closer towards our two teams.
1 minute, coming up to 1 minute to go. Both teams dialed up about a boat length behind the committee boat here, just slowing the game down and staying out of control from one another. Will just accelerating that boat and heading back out towards the playground. Seeing Cole match him now, and he'll look to accelerate and try and block Will's jibe or tack back.
Yeah, so this is where the boat and pin ley lines come into play. We saw all the teams collecting them in their pre-start. So they'll be really looking for those ley lines now, making sure they nail that time on distance to the line. Really important job for the team member on whoever is calling that. Usually the bow will be calling those time on distance calls.
Will Sargent just doing a great job there of building the flow and keeping it rolling over the top of Cole. He's decided to take the lead and head towards that favoured pin end that Sophia was talking about. He looks to be on time with maybe about 5 seconds to kill as he continues to accelerate the boat better over Cole, and he will win that pin end of the line. Cole just going for that tack and splitting, keeping his air clear and trying to get the boat back up to speed.
Yeah, so we see Will tack back onto port, covering Cole's line. He'll just be trying to stay in phase with Tapper all the time here. So in our next match, we have Jeffrey Peterson of the USA in boat 7. He will be port entry. And we have Ange de Cleur in boat 1, entering from starboard. We see Cole Tapper here, tack back onto starboard, gonna cross behind Will Sargent, and it's probably going to see attack shortly from Will just to cover Cole's line, stay in phase as he extends out towards this bottom right pressure.
Interesting split from Will here, giving up quite a bit of gauge very early on in this race. We saw yesterday how giving the other boat a little bit of gauge just allowed opportunity to pass. So let's see if Cole can pick up anything on this left-hand side. But to me, Will Sargent looks really lifted at the moment and really fast heading towards this next pressure. As we just see Will roll into that tack and...
Yeah, so we've definitely seen gains for Sarge through that manoeuvre.
Back to the pre-start here, we see Jeffrey, boat 7 on right-hand side of picture, and Ange de Lewis, boat 1, just in their dial-up at the moment. Jeffrey doing a good job of building the backwards flow here and trying to get out into the playground as Ange accelerates and looks to roll over the bow of Jeffrey, but Jeffrey matching him here, and they'll be dialing up again, most likely.
Yeah, we see them really close to that pin end of the line.
Ange just deciding to head out to the playground now and just keep it clean, keep it simple, and focus on his lead back time back. Jeffrey doing a good job to match him though, and we'll see if he can block his jibe and stop him heading back towards the line.
So we've got our teams heading up to the white top mark today for this first match of the day. So
back onto boat 6 here, Will Sargent just controlling the right-hand side of the race course underneath Point Piper. Looks to me like he's a little bit knocked compared to Cole Tapper's angle on the left-hand side of the course, so not a great angle to come back on, but we'll see how Cole comes back as he's just rolled into attack here and looks to re-engage with Will Sargent.
yeah, it's a really interesting split that we have. On a day like today, with these shifty conditions, that split can be quite risky, with other teams extending into pressure and coming back looking really good. So we see Sargent tack back onto port, back onto Cole's line. He'll roll straight out, as we see, just to try and keep that air clear.
Approaching the top of this course as well, we talked before about Shark Island. We'll see how that has an effect on the top left of the race course that Cole's heading towards now. But a little bit of compression around Point Piper, it looks to me, on this right-hand side of track. So Will Sargent heading towards what looks like to be the next pressure. We'll see if Cole can pick anything up on that left-hand side though. 1 minute to go here, back down at the start. Ange Leclerc leading back in and trying to kill that time. To me, it looks like he's very on time for the start, especially if he wants that high pin end. Jeffrey doing a good job to push him down the line and try and make him early here. Really tight fishtailing between the boats. You'll see them wiggle around and try and wipe that time and speed off. Jeffrey deciding to dial up inside of Ange here. Real high risk maneuver here. We'll see if Jeffrey will have to tack out and spin back round. Ange doing a great job just to kill that time and pin Jeffrey out to windward of that committee boat. 15 seconds to go. Jeffrey going through a huge downspeed tack here, so we'll see how he builds the boat, and he'll still be on time for the start, but Ange winning that pin end of the line that we think's higher, and I definitely give that start to Ange there.
Again, we see that split like we did in the first start between Cole and Will. That big split off that start line. Interesting call for today's conditions.
Back up to the top mark here, right-hand side of picture, Will Sargent just leading Cole Tapper into this top mark. Will rolling into his final tack as he approaches the starboard ley line, and both boats coming in on that starboard ley line, and we'll look to do a tack set around this top mark.
We're seeing some really nice right pressure here at the moment coming off of Point Piper. We're going to have really nice breeze for that hoist, which will be really good for Sargent to be able to extend into this bright breeze.
Yeah, it looks like that compression around Point Piper here really playing a big effect on the starboard ley line, lifting both boats up and on a nice angle into the top mark here. Seeing the bowmans down to leeward, standing by for a swing pole. So we just see Will round the mark there and go for his hoist with the red kite. Good set by Will there, looking to extend, and we'll see how Cole matches with his sets.
Again, really nice set from Cole's team there, getting that kite up and that jib down really quickly.
Just down at the second match with Ange Leclerc and Jeffrey Peterson. Both boats on port tack now, heading out towards Point Piper with Ange firmly in the lead. Split picture now. We've seen both boats in the first match, Cole Tapper and Sargent, just do a simultaneous jibe with Cole trying to throw his dirty air down onto Will and disrupt him and get round his bow.
Yeah, we're seeing really important here just to hold that kite, keep it full, keep trucking through these chop. We've had a few boats come through around the race course, so really important to keep that flow.
Ange Deleuze and Jeffrey Peterson now on starboard tack with Deleuze, the top boat in picture, picking up a bit of right-hand pressure.
We then see Cole jibe out and Will follow suit, just trying to stay in phase with each other, not let Cole get that edge on him.
Yeah, Will doing a great job just to put himself between Cole and the mark here and try and shut this race down. Cole sailing a nice low mode here and definitely better VMG towards that bottom mark. Gauge closing for sure. Both boats still well off the ley line for the bottom mark here, so they'll definitely need another jibe to get into this bottom mark rounding.
Yeah, we're seeing them take this really high mode at the moment.
Cole done a great job there just to soak down onto his line and close that distance up. He's ready to pounce in for this next jibe when they both roll in. We'll look for both boats to jibe together in a simultaneous jibe, or a simo jibe that we call it. Really light here, and both boats working. Cole trying to get down onto leeward line of Will and being ready to throw as dirty air onto Sargent when they go for that jibe.
Yeah, we see Chelsea of Cole Tapper's team just head out of the boat the whole time, looking back, calling these pressure changes, hugely important in their current situation, just to stay on top of Will Sargent's breeze, getting into that next pressure that they want to bring back to the gate.
Both boats getting really close to ley line now, so standing by for a jibe. Back up to the top mark here, we see yellow flag, so that's a penalty on Ange Leclerc, who is boat one in the lead. He'll need to either engage with Jeffrey here or keep extending like he's currently doing at the moment, heading over towards Point Piper and looking to pick up a bit of that right-hand shift that we talked about in Cole Tapper's match.
We've got a spectator boat just come through and about to give Jeffrey Peterson's team a lot of wake. So it'll be really important to see how they stay powered up.
Back down the picture here, just both boats going through simo jibe. We see Cole staying really hot out of the jibe, trying to roll around Will Sargent's bow there. Just off his breeze, Will breathing slightly forward. His air just coming just in front of Cole, so he's all right for the moment, and we'll look to see if Will can continue to hold this lead into the bottom mark.
Yeah, Cole will just be thinking, keep the game close, keep their boat handling really good, and make those little gains on Will Sargent all the time.
Let's watch to see the bowman battle between these two bows and see who can get the kite down faster and do a bit of bottom mark rounding here. See Will just go for that jibe, looking to take control of that right hand side, and Cole electing to follow. thinking that the right-hand side definitely favoured.
So we've definitely seen Cole split now, choosing to go around opposite gates just to try and see what other pressure they can pick up on the other side of the course.
Ange Leclerc and Jeffrey Peterson both setting kites here and straight setting in this little right-hand shift looking upwind, making it the long drive off for this first downwind leg for them.
We're seeing a similar strategy with this match as we did with the Australians. Just Jeffrey sitting on Ange's line, trying to get on his breeze, keep the speed.
Yeah, all Jeffrey's got to do here is just keep the game close and not let Ange have enough distance to do a penalty spin either around the pin or on the upwind. Interesting point between the two boats here. Jeffrey just running a slightly lower pole angle than Leclerc, so we'll see who's a little bit faster on the downwind. The lower pole potentially just helping out with this chop they've got at the moment from that spectator boat Sophia was talking about.
Back up on our screen, we can see the Australian match between Cole and Will, back on that upwind leg. Just again, doing a really nice job of keeping themselves between the mark and Cole.
Yeah, Will Sargent doing a great job just to bounce Cole out into that big wake that we've just seen him go through, and looks to me like Will Sargent extending to a little bit of right pressure that we can see in the top of the picture there. So tough for Cole to have to bounce through that wake, and we'll see if he can pick anything up on this left-hand side as he rolls through attack now.
We've seen a Simo jibe between the French and the Americans. Again, they're now coming through that chop, doing a really good job to keep that kite set.
Jeffrey doing a great job there just to keep the boat speed high and try and close that gauge between the boats. Ange Leclerc still breathing forward and still air clear.
Definitely Jeffrey's got that lower pole mode as well, like we saw Cole running earlier. Ange is running a lot higher pole.
Looks to me like it's almost working for Ange here. He's quite lower angle than Jeffrey. Difficult to sort of tell the speeds, but he's doing a good job at making the moding work for him and almost extending a little bit away from Jeffrey here.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, Ange will be thinking about just trying to keep the boat speed high and focus on himself and get enough distance to do that penalty turn that he has.
Yeah, both teams will have to do a jibe to make this gate. We see Jeffrey Peterson go for it now. Looking like he's lined up for that left-hand turn.
Just see Cole roll through attack here, heading back over to Will Sargent's line, and Will gaining a little bit more on this upwind leg after forcing Cole through that powerboat wake earlier.
Yeah, that left-hand turn that Will has taken has definitely been beneficial. He's just in that pressure slightly earlier, able to extend.
Yeah, and Will doing a good job there just to try and stay in the same water as Cole. Minimise the gauge and minimise the risk coming into this top mark with the shifty conditions we're seeing up here at Point Piper.
So down at the bottom we see Ange around the gate. Jeffrey looking like he's going to split. We'll see how that works for him.
Yeah, interesting choice here from Jeffrey. If Leclerc can keep extending, he'll definitely have enough for this the spin to win with the right-hand side looking to be the favoured side of the course at the moment. See if Jeffrey can pick up anything on the left-hand side of the course though.
Back up at the top we see both teams tack into this right-hand pressure, coming up on that starboard ley line to our white top mark. Really good gains for Will here, just as Cole will have to sit on his line into that mark in his bad air. as we see, Cole has now tacked onto Will's line and is following him into that top mark. We've got Will's crew down to leeward, putting on that pole, ready for that set at the top. Good set there from Will Sargent's crew. Kite up, jib down, running straight through to the finish now.
Yeah, big delta here between the boats. Will Sargent definitely extending on this last upwind, so we'll see if Cole can do the same that he did on the first downwind and close that gauge up, but definitely got a lot more work to do.
Yeah, I think both teams will be still really relaxed in the headspace. A few more races, so both still very much in contention for that final spot. We see Cole jibe back onto starboard, with Will matching him. Will just looks like he's in a tiny bit more puff, able to drive that boat a bit lower, extending away from Cole all the time here.
Both boats just on the long drive at the moment, sailing the favoured drive down into the finish.
Yeah, both teams will have to do another jibe to make that finish line, so really looking for that pressure to take it back once we get a bit closer down the course.
Yeah, we see second match of the day, Ange Deleuze and Jeffrey Peterson in a really tight tacking duel here. Jeffrey is still looking about the same gauge as they round the bottom mark with, but Deleuze still with that penalty that he has to complete.
Yeah, all Jeffrey needs to do here is keep that game close, minimise any opportunities for the French team to take that penalty. And then that'll be a win for Jeffrey if he's able to execute that.
Both teams just heading straight up towards Point Piper here as they approach the starboard ley line, and we can see left-hand side of picture, Cole Tapper just coming down onto Will Sargent's line a bit, closing that gauge, but possibly a little too late for Cole here, just running out of distance that finish. We'll see if he can throw anything in and pass Will here.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a little bit lighter down at that bottom end of the course, so changing that mode, really important. Stay fast, keep flow, keep that kite full.
Right side of picture here, both boats are tacking onto starboard tack and approaching the top mark now. Gauge between the boats, about 4 boat lengths, so probably not enough for a spin to win here, but it only takes maybe 5 or 6 to get it, so we'll see if Deleuze can just continue to extend, and right now he's throwing that dirty breeze down onto Jeffrey, so doing a good job. Needs a good set here to hold that that lead, but a little bit messy, a little bit late. We'll see if Jeffrey can do a better job. Oh, he's dropped the halyard there. As Deleuze just runs into that jibe, that could be the difference between the distance getting that spin to win in. So we'll see how Jeffrey responds and whether he can get this boat up and going here.
Yeah, Jeffrey's actually in a really powerful position here, just able to sit on de Klerk's line the whole way through to this finish, steal his breeze, and just make little gains towards him all the time.
Yeah, we're seeing a big left-hand shift on the racecourse here with both boats going through, and just on picture now, Will Sargent crossing that line and tying up the semi-final series between the two at 1 apiece. So great job there from Will to win the start and just keep extending and stay ahead the whole race.
It's really important now for those teams just to reset, rerun their ley lines and get dialed in for their next start. On picture here we've got Jeffrey just running a little hotter mode compared to the French. It's going to be quite beneficial as he punches through some chop at the moment. They look pretty matched on speed though.
Yeah, very different mode between the boats here. Jeffrey running for that lower pole angle that we saw last downwind, but Deleuze just sailing a lower mode here and seeing if he can just sail a little bit better VMG, a little bit less distance. So we'll see if he can extend enough for a spin to win here.
We are seeing him a little bit down on speed at the moment, as Jeffrey's just kind of on his line. And he's going through a bit of a light patch, so really important if he can extend out further to this next pressure out on the right hand side looking downwind.
Just looking at the gauge between the boats here, very close to tell whether Ange has enough for a spin to win, but I don't think he has it just quite yet. So he'll either need to hope that he can extend another few boat lengths, or he'll need to look to engage with Jeffrey to offset this penalty. Low mode seems to be working for the French team here as they're just sailing a little bit less distance than Jeffrey and definitely controlling that inside line for the jibe back towards the finish here.
So Ange will be running through his play to offset this penalty now. We can probably expect an early jop and jib up from them just to be ready to take that penalty.
Yeah, Jeffrey just jibing back here, looking to re-engage a little bit or pick up a bit of pressure on the right-hand side of the course looking upwind.
We are seeing Ange just kind of extend into a little bit more breeze as he extends out towards that pin. Definitely little gains all the time here for him, which he needs to give him enough room to get that penalty spinning.
Yeah, Ange has done a really nice mode there and definitely extended on this downwind. Pretty confident now that he does have enough to do a spin to win round the pin, so we'll see him go jib up, drop the kite, get the kite below the gooseneck of the boom and do a tack to offset this penalty.
Jeffrey has jibed back and is now coming in on that pin ley line on starboard. He's just playing a speed game now.
We see the jib go up on the Delacroix here and the kite's starting to come down. We'll watch him roll up into attack, kite below the gooseneck, rolling into attack here, and he'll be straight down towards the finish line. Can Jeffrey keep the speed and try and roll Delacroix here? But he's done the penalty. Let's see how he accelerates towards the line, and yep, win for the French team there. So they go 2 up against Jeffrey Peterson from the USA. That's a huge victory there for the French.
Yeah, really powerful position coming into this Flight 3. All they need is one more win and they will have secured a spot in the finals of the 2023 Australia Youth Match Racing World Championship.
Yeah, Jeffrey definitely looking a little bit defeated there, so have to just regroup and keep their heads high, keep the morale high. They've been sailing so well this week, so they know they have the skills, they know they have the talent, so just key to regroup and rebuild that headspace.
So just a recap for you all, that we have just completed Flight 2. We had, in our Match 1, we had Will Sargent in Boat 6 and Cole Tapper in Boat 2. We had Will take that race, so they are now matched, 1 win each in the semis. And in Match 2, we had Jeffrey Peterson in Boat 7 versus Ange Decleur in Boat 1. Ange taking that win, securing him 2 wins now, that one step closer to that final spot.
Yeah, really well sailing by Ange de Lis there and team to extend on that final downwind from that little messy set at the top mark, and maybe that halyard proving costly for Jeffrey there. Didn't take much. They were almost overlapped entering that finish line, so one more boat length closer and Jeffrey would have won that match.
Yeah, as we saw, the start of that flight was so important. Both teams who won the start were the teams that ended up winning the match. So those starts are so crucial on a day like today, where it is light, it is shifty, and it is really choppy. Getting in front and holding that lead is everything.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a race course up here where the richer get richer, and you can just plan your way through the shifts better and control your competitor a little bit more. We saw Will Sargent doing a great job of that, just forcing Cole out to the left-hand side of track and making him go through some powerboat wake, and then he was able to extend to the next pressure and continue to build a gap over Cole.
That's Foxtrot up on the start boat, getting into sequence. We've got 7 minutes till the start of Flight 3. We will have Cole Tapper, boat 2, entering from port, and Will Sargent, boat 6, entering on starboard. That's your match 1. And in match 2, we will have Ange de Lis on boat 1, entering from port, and Jeffrey Peterson on boat 7, entering from starboard.
Just looking up the race course here, we've had the Sail Sydney 29er fleet come out and situate their course just to the left of Shark Island here. So we'll see if they affect that top left of the course. But both competitors, both matches, choosing the top right lane line with that compression around Point Piper. So might not be an issue for the teams, but we'll see how the day progresses. There's that 29er fleet we were talking about, just to the left of Shark Island of the Sail Sydney fleet. And we can see those big powerboats coming through the channel that we were talking about before. So all that powerboat weight coming out of the left-hand side of the course. So teams looking for a bit of relief, heading over to that right-hand side and also taking advantage of the Point Piper compression round there. Big right as we saw on the starboard ley lines there. So we'll look to see if they use that again and take advantage of the right-hand pressure, both at the top, but also, as Sophia was talking about before, down the bottom right-hand side of track.
We've just had our 5-minute horn. So teams for that match 1 will be doing their runs, dialing in their timing, ready for that entry.
Yeah, Cole and Will tied 1 apiece here. Cole entering on starboard, and it looks they've decided to stay in the same boat, so no boat swaps. My apologies, Will Sargent on starboard here entering.
Yeah, 23 seconds till they're entering now, so they're just running straight towards that start boat.
Coming into 10 seconds to go to the 4 minutes. We'll look to probably see another dial up this start here. Pin looking high to me as well, so potential high cross, but don't think it's enough for Cole to sneak round the bow of Will.
Yeah, both teams going for that dial up.
Cole going for that high cross manoeuvre, just getting it in there. So we'll see if he can extend and roll around Will Sargent's bow, and he'll look to get that jibe in. But Will doing a great job to tack underneath, build the boat speed, and try and hold Cole as long as he can out into this playground or the right-hand side of the committee boat.
Yeah, we've got a little island situated in the playground, which proves a bit of a barrier for how far the teams can take each other out.
Yeah, Clark Island here, definitely a feature of this race course, but also we can see Cole heading towards the moored repair boat. Potentially going to use this boat as a little bit of a pick to throw Will Sargent and get that jibe in.
You just see Cole building that boat speed all the time.
Yeah, and as expected, Cole rolls down the boat there and will probably look to throw his first circles in here. If Cole is looking to start at the pin end of the line here, he could almost lead back from here. So we'll see if he decides to do that or whether he goes for circles.
Rolling back into another circle.
Both boats just really trying to keep the speed up here. Super light and fickle down by Clark Island over here. So really smooth, finessed manoeuvres. Will Sargent taking the lead here off Cole Tapper and leading back towards the start line. He'll look to kill the time on the clock and head back towards most likely the pin end of the line here. Cole Tapper, big boat speed difference here and just pushing from above, trying to push Will up towards that line.
1 minute 40 on the clock now. Both teams leading back to that boat end. A bit of time to kill. As you can see, they're doing their fishtailing.
Both teams doing a really nice job to use the crew weight, being super physical in the boat and just rolling that boat around, keeping the boat speed. Tapper doing a great job there just to push Will down towards this line more and keep the boat speed. Will luffing up on the boat lay line there. Cole still got swing behind, so he can continue to push Will down the line more. But with 1 minute to go, looking to me like if Will wants to pin into the line, he's definitely on time here.
Yeah, both teams really, really working hard to kill that time. 44 seconds on the clock. Almost racing to that pin end line now.
Yeah, Sargent doing a great job just to wipe the speed off and kill the time on the clock. Really good fishtailing from Will here. Coming up to 20 seconds, both boats just luffing up here. They're about just past the middle of the line, heading towards the pin as Cole goes for that one last duck to try and get a hook on Sargent, but doesn't look like he's going to get it to me as he rounds up and will follow Will into the pin end.
Yeah, really tight on that pin end lay line there, so good job from Cole just to really push Sargent down the line.
Definitely give this win to Will Sargent here though. He's won that pin end of the line, but a little bit of a slow tack there, so we'll see if Cole can punch out to leeward. But Will slightly ahead at the moment.
Yeah, really nice job from Cole, just holding a nice fast high mode through this chop, extending on Will's line all the time, climbing up on him.
Yeah, Cole doing a great job just to sail this mode and forcing Will to tack out before this wake. Once again, Will doing a nice job to time that tack and force Cole through the powerboat wake that we just had come through the course.
And it does look like Will Sargent is extending into a nice little left pressure, which will be really beneficial for his comeback, his cross.
Coming back to the second start of the day, we see Jeffrey Peterson entering on starboard against Ons Deleuze on port.
We see that first cross coming up between our two Australian teams. Cole coming out on top of this on that starboard cross. It's tacking straight onto Will's line, which will force him to most likely tack out if he can't hold this mode.
Yeah, Cole's still definitely affecting Will here, so he will need to tack out soon.
Yeah, Cole just does a really nice job of holding that nice fast high mode, climbing all the time, so forcing Will to tack out.
Back down to the start here, we see Jeffrey Peterson, boat 7, just leading Ange Deleuze out into the playground. They're above the start line at the moment, just with that red, the white mark in picture. Looks like looks like they've done a dial up and got a bit forward on the line here. So Ange trying to block that jibe from Jeffrey and stay in control of this match.
It'll be interesting to see if these two teams use that similar strategy as before with that repair boat situated in the middle of the playground.
So Jeffrey deciding here he doesn't have enough room to get that jibe in, so decided to slow the game down, force a dial up from Ange, and try and get out of control.
Big main back on boat 7, Jeffrey Peterson.
Just inside 2 minutes to go here, Ange deciding to take that lead, and he'll look to jibe round and stay on the line of Jeffrey. But Jeffrey doing a great job there. He has enough time to do a tack and head back to the line. But super down speed tack here from Jeffrey. As we pan back to the top here, we see Will Sargent making a gainer on their left side and Lee Bow and Cole there. We'll see what the split looks like after this, but great job from Will to just pick up a little bit of pressure, but Cole controlling that right hand side, and we've seen some compression from Point Piper on the right, so we'll see if he can pick that up and take it back towards Sargent and make a gain here.
Back on the start, 1 minute to go in our match, Jeffrey Peterson versus Ange Deleuze, leading back to that committee boat.
A reminder here that this is do or die time for Jeffrey. It's match point. If Ange wins this race, he is through to the grand final. Jeffrey going above the committee boat there and having to do a big dive down inside. Looks to me like both boats slightly early for the pin here, so Ange has a little bit to kill still to try and win this pin into the line. So we'll see Jeffrey push him really hard here towards that lay and try and get him either below lay or hook and make Ange tack out. But Jeffrey deciding that he's gone down the line far enough, and Ange doing a big dial up, and Jeffrey will look to start at the boat here, and we'll see if Ange follows. No, he decides to speed build and start at the favoured pin end of the line. So split tack start, we'll see who comes out ahead on the first cross.
Yeah, up at the top we're seeing a really nice right band of pressure that's brought Cole back into the lead. About to round that white top mark, setting up for that swing pole for a nice set.
Yeah, once again, seeing that Point Piper compression, just providing a little bit of a ride out here, and we'll look to see Cole go for that straight set back into that same pressure that he had coming into the top mark.
Yeah, definitely best pressure coming out of this right point at the moment, so that's really beneficial for Cole just to extend into, keep his air clear and make the little gains.
Good set from both teams there, but slight advantage to Cole, just a little bit better, you know, just super physical on the boat. Max Brennan, the big trimmer, getting that kite strapped in and getting the pop nice and quick.
Will just coming in with really nice breeze, affecting Cole all the time here.
Cole already thinking about the next move, soaking down inside Will. They're running into a little bit of a light spot above, so he'll be looking to set up for a jibe soon and lead back towards the middle of the course.
Yeah, we've got a nice band of pressure coming down and just slipping on the inside of the two teams, so they'll be eyes out of the boat, ready to take that back before we have a big spectator boat sailing through the course, which is going to let off a lot of wake.
as we see Cole roll through that jibe. Will chooses to simo jibe with him and match him, but Cole breathing well forward still. On picture now, we see the first cross between the second match. Ange well on top here, about a boat length lead at the moment.
Yeah, Jeffrey just trying to keep his air clear and sail to that next pressure.
Yeah, Jeffrey controlling that right hand. He's winning the right hand side at the moment. Back to Cole and Will's match here. Still on starboard jibe, just crossing in front of this big super yacht we have coming through the course, and yeah, throwing out a lot of wake. Apparently it's someone's birthday on board.
Yeah, that's going to have a big wind shadow on both matches actually. Obviously, as you can see, the upwind match it's going to be detrimental to them, but they're both in the same pressure, so.
Yeah, Jeffrey just tacking right into that wake now, so we'll see how he goes through it and see if he can punch through that big wind shadow. But on picture, Will Sargent just rolling through that jibe, heading back towards the bottom. Cole extending a little bit, trying to stay out of the way of that that big disturbed wake and wind shadow from the boat. In picture now, Jeffrey Peterson and team, boat 7, just continuing to extend to this right-hand side of the course here. Big split from the two teams, so we'll see how they come back together.
Yeah, I think Jeffrey's doing a really good job of picking the next pressure. He's extending all the time into this next path, which is going to be really, really beneficial as he comes back with the cross.
Yeah, Deleuze looks super slow out on that left-hand side, just going through that chop and powerboat wake. We'll see how they come back together, but he's building a bit of speed up now and maybe a little bit of left pressure.
Yeah, Jeffrey just driving a little bit lower, keeping that speed on as he drives through that chop.
Super hard to read the shifts out here on the water today, up the middle of the track. Tacticians to definitely be finding it hard, and lots of snakes and ladders, especially on the bottom. Big dial down from Deleuze here, so we'll see if there's a flag on any of the boats. Flag from both boats here. Looks green flag from the umpires. No penalty there. Deleuze though winning this right hand side, and we've seen that compression from Point Piper be a huge factor, so could that prove fatal for Jeffrey Peterson here? Letting Deleuze get that right hand side and him splitting to the left. Deleuze just tacking back onto that starboard, and to me looks lifted. Sophia, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I think this is gains to Deleuze all the time here, so really interesting how Jeffrey will set up for this top mark set, running down to the finish.
Heading back down to the bottom mark here, we see Will Sargent and Cole Tapper head into this bottom mark here. We'll see which way they split, but expecting Cole probably to do a left-hand turn as he sets up for the drop.
Yeah. You see the French team on the right-hand side of the screen go for that set. Little slower on the set, but not too bad.
Yeah, Deleuze just really liking that lower mode that he was running last race, so we'll see if Jeffrey can match it this race and claw back, but huge gains to him out on that right-hand side that we talked about.
Yeah, good set from Jeffrey, just getting settled in, locked into that downward mode. Again, looking just to get on the French's breeze and make those little gains all the time down the track.
A reminder that this is do or die time for Jeffrey Peterson here. He must win this race to stay in the regatta and have a chance at progressing towards the final.
Just sitting on his line there, definitely affecting his kite and his main. Jeffrey just extending all the time and a little bit more pressure, holding that boat speed.
On picture here, we see Cole Tapper and Will Sargent just engaging in a bit of a tackling duel. Will looks to me like he's gained back quite a bit from that bottom mark rounding. So Cole taking the right-hand side again, just protecting the starboard advantage and the right-hand side pressure that we've seen prove very key at the top starboard ley line.
Yeah, it's also a lot trickier out on that left-hand side of the course with the added boat wake. Lots of boat traffic now, as you can see in screen. We've got another boat coming through the course, so really, really detrimental to the boat speed.
Yeah, both boats coming back together here, and we'll look to see Cole probably leave out here. Yep, it goes for the tack here, just right on Will's line, and force Will back out to that left-hand side of the course.
Back on screen, we've got the match between Jeffrey Peterson and Ange Decleur running down to that gate.
Huge split between the boats, Sophia. What do you make of it?
Yeah, Ange's extended out onto that left-hand side of the course, so really interesting what he's seeing. I think Jeffrey's coming back in a little bit better pressure, which could be interesting. Yeah,
to me, it looks like Deleuze has extended from that split, forcing Jeffrey to go through that wake. He is coming back in pressure, though, like you said, Sophia, so we'll see how they converge, but big early loss there for Jeffrey to get the split, but let's see how he comes back. Definitely in more pressure at the moment.
Got another cross coming on between Cole Tapper and Will Sargent. Cole just forcing Will to tack, both rolling out.
Looks to me like Will's gained a little bit out that left-hand side, forcing Cole to take a tack back out to this right, and both boats really tight still, less than a boat length in it, so super tight match.
Yeah, both teams just doing a really good job at these roll tacks, keeping that speed. Bit of a gain here for Sargent. He's come out on a bit of left-hand pressure, extending away from Cole, and he'll look to tack onto that line.
Yeah, huge gain here from Sargent. He's picked up a nice lefty as Cole was just down speed through that powerboat wash, and he'll roll back, minimise the gauge, and look to control this right-hand favoured side into the top mark.
We've got back on screen our bottom mark rounding from Ange Decleur.
Taking that right-hand turn out towards the left side that we saw Will Sargent gain from, so we'll see if he can extend in this left-hand phase. Jeffrey's still not round the bottom mark yet. Huge gain to Deleuze, so yeah, that split really not working for him. Didn't manage to close the gauge back.
Another tight cross at the top of the course between our two Australian teams, heading back towards this right-hand pressure for that ley line.
Yeah, what's really interesting to me is Will's let Cole take that right-hand side that we've seen time and time again provide the compression across Point Piper. So we'll see if Cole can build enough and get a tack in. Quite lifted on port at the moment, but definitely right pressure just where we're sitting to the right-hand side of the top mark. So Cole leading towards that next pressure.
Yeah, Cole just doing a really nice job of holding that high mode, staying fast and forcing Sargent to have to tack out.
Yeah, Cole definitely in control here with the right-hand side. He will control when Will Sargent's able to tack back on this ley line, and Cole will lead round this top mark. Excuse me, change of course there's been at the bottom here. So Will looking like they're going to the orange and black top mark. So Will leading Cole into this mark and pinning him out. So great job there from Will to pin Cole on that ley line and lead him in.
All it needs is one error in this set and the game is back on for Cole.
Yeah, slow set from Cole there. Hallie got stuck, so boat handling error, really costly there. Really slow set from Cole and his team. We'll see if he can extend back, but distance between the boats about a boat length here at the moment. Really tight still.
Yeah, really powerful position for Cole just to be able to sit on Sargent's breeze the whole way down into this finish line.
Yeah, we'll see. Both boats look quite lifted heading out on the straight set, so we'll see Cole looking to soak down on the inside and potentially set up for that Simo jibe manoeuvre we talked about earlier.
Very matched on our pole positioning.
Yeah, very similar mows that we can expect from these two teams here. They train a lot against each other, so we'll see. As Will rolls into that jibe, we see Cole do the Simo jibe. A little bit late there from Cole, so we'll see if he can throw that dirty air down. But great jibe there from Cole. A lot more roll from him, and very punchy on the exit of that.
Yeah, both bowmen's doing a really good job of getting that pole set as fast as possible.
Yep, Cole definitely throwing some disturbed air down onto Will here. We'll see if he can extend, roll around the bow, and then he'll look to get that last jibe into the gate. Little bit of distance here between the boat than what's showing on camera, so Will not having enough to do a luff, and Cole just extending and rolling around the bow there.
Yeah, just shows how detrimental blowing that bad air onto Sargent's sails has been. He was struggling to set his kite for a while there as Cole extended over top of him.
Cole just getting that jibe there, and Will doing a great job to Simo jibe back on top, but sloppy jibe from Will, so we'll see if Cole can punch out the front and keep that the breeze forward, or Will can roll around the bow here. So Cole going for that big luff. Huge luff there from Cole, trying to pin Will up. But Will doing a good job to keep the gauge in and try and extend ahead. But I don't think he's going to be able to get it in. Still flag from boat, but green from the umpires. Still green here, so no penalties at the moment.
Will Sargent just inching forward from that luff, throwing that jibe back into starboard ley line through to the finish.
Cole doing that same manoeuvre there and trying to roll once again. They're both just above ley line for the pin here, so that Cole will need to do another jibe, but huge luff there from Will trying to extend.
Yeah, this is actually paid out well for Cole here. Just edging forward on him.
We see Will going for that luff, trying to drive Cole high, but yeah, Cole doing a really nice job just to stay low and realise that the next move here is to jibe back towards the pin of the finish. Will still looking like he has swing to swing behind, so he can swing and go behind if needed.
Yep, both teams edging closer to that finish line now. We'll definitely have to throw a jibe in to make that lay.
Yeah, Cole just doing a good job to stay between Will and the pin finish there. So standby jibe from Cole to lead back soon.
Just have come around the top. We've got Ange extending that lead over Jeffrey.
And this is do or die time for Jeffrey here. He needs to win this race, as we've said before, so Ange doing a great job.
Oh, we've seen that jibe from Will Sargent, boat 6.
Yeah, so Will Sargent just swinging behind there, trying to bring the game back to the middle, but Cole electing to extend and go breeze behind to stay between Will and the finish line.
Yeah, both teams in very similar breeze at the moment, so very matched on speed.
Will throwing that final jibe in, and Cole will just look to jibe on his line and lead into that pin.
Both Will and Cole are one win each at the moment, so this race winner will all on for the third race of the day. Very light at the bottom of our course at the moment. Both teams just struggling for that power.
Great work there from Cole after a little bit of a sloppy set to bring the match back and get those rolls on Will. Super tight jibing battle between the two, so both trimmers working really hard to keep those kite sets and keep the boat fast.
On our run into the finish, we have on screen Jeffrey in boat 7, just probably about 8 boat lengths up from Ange de Cleur in boat 1.
Yeah, Ange looking like he's almost on ley line, so maybe one more drive for him into the finish with this low, faster mode. And Jeffrey and crew looking a little bit defeated here with Ange surely going to win this race and book his spot to the 2023 Australia Youth Match Racing World Championship Final.
Yeah, this low mode's really working for Ange today. Low, fast, has been gaining all the time.
Yeah, he's looking super slippery today, so Ange definitely someone to look out for in the finals. The young French guys and girls doing a great job on board that boat.
In the next few seconds, we'll see Ange come across that finish line, securing himself a spot in the final.
Congratulations to Ange de Cleur and crew. They've booked their spot to the Australia 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championships Final.
Yeah, really excited for that French team.
Tough for Jeffrey Peterson here to go 3-0 down in the semi-final matchup. He's been undefeated up until that first race against Deleuze, so tough for his crew. Really tight racing, but not able to get the job done.
Yeah, Jeffrey's still very much in contention for a placing at this Worlds though. He will now verse one of the Australian teams for that 3rd and 4th spots.
Yeah, this is Jeffrey's last Youth World Championship, so I'm sure he'll be feeling a little bit disappointed at the moment not to book that final spot, but needs to regroup, still with the chance to get on the podium, so let's hope they can pick their heads up and pull together for this petite final.
So just on screen now, you'll see results as of so far. We have Will Sargent and Cole Tapper, who will be doing a 3rd flight for this semi-finals. We've got Cole 2 wins to Will Sargent's 1. Breeze is slowly starting to fill in on this course, so that'll be really beneficial for these teams in the next flight 4. Looking like we're going to have a change of course as the wind is a little bit shifty up at the top. So just to recap, going into flight 4, we will have Will Sargent, boat 6, entering from port, and Cole Tapper in boat 2, entering on starboard. Cole Tapper just on screen there, talking to his coach Jordan, getting ready for that next match. 2 CYCA teams head-to-head for that final spot in the 2023 Australia Youth Match Racing World Championship. Good breeze filling in on the course now. Looking like we've got a little bit more left pressure. both Australian teams just resetting their minds, getting geared up for this next match. You know, doing a really good job of just staying calm and collected, getting the job done. We are now going to cross to Jack to have a chat with the French team who have just secured their spot in the 2023 Australia Youth Match Racing World Championship.
So I'm here with Ange and Coco from the French team. They've just booked their spot to the Australia 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championships Finals. Boys, tell me how you're feeling.
I'm very happy to be here. It's a fantastic place in Sydney. We have a very wonderful condition, and we are very happy because we won against Peterson, the world champion in 2022.
Awesome. And what will you be thinking about heading in towards this final?
La finale a été vraiment disputée. Ça a été vraiment un combat jusqu'au bout. Il a rien lâché. On a pris des pénaux, il a pris des pénaux, et c'était un magnifique combat jusqu'au bout. Et on est vraiment très fiers de l'avoir battu.
Obviously, the semi-final was pretty tough. We took some penalty, he took some, and it was a really hard battle. And thankfully, we came on top. And yeah.
Well, thank you guys so much, and best of luck for the final.
Yes, thank you, and the best win, at the best win. Thank you.
So we've just had Foxtrot flag go up on the start boat for Flight 4. We've got Will Sargent in boat 6 entering from port, and Cole Tapper in boat 2 entering from starboard. So this is match point for Cole. If he is able to take this win, he will have secured his spot in the finals, which is really exciting for that young team. Still looking really pin favoured on the start line, with a little bit more breeze filling in across the course. So it'll be really interesting to see how both teams have factored this into their game plan for the next race. Foxtrot down, so we are now 6 minutes until the start of Flight 4. What are you thinking up the course, Jack? What would your game plan be if you were racing in this next match?
Looks to me like we've had a little bit more pressure filling on the left-hand side of the racetrack here. The right-hand side's looking a little patchy currently, and we see just coming through past the committee boat a few big cruise liners. So we'll have to see whether the left pays a little bit more this race. Looking to me like bottom left corner, especially off that high pin end of the line, could be a key factor for this pre-start.
We've also got, on that left-hand side of the course, a lot more tide running out through the channel, so that's also going to be a gain to that team who can get on that left and get in that tide running out.
Yeah, for sure. An extra knot or two in these boats definitely makes a big difference, so another key factor for the teams to consider when planning their upwind routes.
On picture now, we've got Cole Tapper and team doing their final run, about to jibe onto that run into the start boat. Again, they are entering on starboard. They look calm, collected, and ready to have a good race.
Yeah, so match point here for Cole Tapper. If he wins this race, he will be through to the final. So do or die time for Will Sargent as they both enter, and we'll look to have another dial up.
Yeah, important to note, we've got a orange top mark for this race. So that's slightly further to the left, lining up with what we were saying before, with the breeze on the left filling in on the course.
flag entering that dial up, green flag from the umpires, so no penalty there.
Both teams sitting really close to that pin end of the line. Cole doing a really good job just to tack out and head back towards the playground. Sarge just struggling to build speed and flow in his boat, looking really stalled.
Yeah, Will Sargent really slow here and looking to just build a bit of backwards flow and do that same reversing manoeuvre we saw them do in the first flight of the match today. But Will accelerating now onto port, and Cole will look to jibe back at him, re-dial up, and keep Will slow, not able to build that speed. So here goes Will, back for that tack to get onto starboard, and Cole dial up, and he'll look to reset and try and keep control of this this match currently.
Cole's just doing a really good job of keeping fast, keeping the boat moving, which is not Sarge's strength at the moment. Leading back into the playground.
Yeah, with just 2 minutes to go here, both boats into the playground now, and we'll look for Cole to pick his time back to the line and head towards this pin. Pin looking quite favoured from the current setup, so we'll see a jibe back from Cole there, and he'll look to take this lead.
Yeah, slightly lower in the box the start compared to some of the other starts we've seen today. So a little bit easier to kill this time back into the start.
Cole looking relatively on time for this pin end, similar position and time to where they were last start with the amount of fishtailing they did, but roles reversed. So now Cole is leading and Will Sargent is pushing. So we'll see if Cole can do a good enough job to kill this time and wipe it off the clock.
Yeah, we've seen in the last few starts those teams approaching that pin lay really quickly, so being able to execute fishtailing really well is really important here.
Yeah, both teams doing a really nice job to use their body weight, roll the boats around, and keep the boats fast. Super important to use as little rudder as you can in these light winds, so great work from both teams there. 30 seconds to go here. Cole, still a little bit work to do to kill this time and head down towards the pin. Will doing a nice job just to stay right on the stern, keep the boat fast, and he's taken the right hand side in a little luff up, so we'll look for Will probably to tack out unless he thinks Cole is below ley line.
Really nice left pressure, going to hit these boats in about 8 seconds, which will be really big gains to Cole's team, just getting that breeze first.
So Cole winning the pin there, tacking off with good speed and exiting this tack bow forward. So definitely give that start to Cole. Great work from him and his team to win that pin end of the line.
Yeah, extending into this left pressure all the time. This is going to be really beneficial for Cole. Just probably a not quicker than Will with this extra breeze. So
yeah, we're seeing Cole just control that left-hand side of the track and protect that bottom lefty that we talked about earlier before the pre-start. Will just having to build a little bit of boat speed, and we should see him initiate a tacking duel again soon. Here he goes for his tack.
Little bit more of a split than I would have expected from Cole in this situation. Letting Will just get into that left pressure a little sooner than he is going to. So Sargent coming back onto port, easy cross for Cole, who's going to probably tack onto his line just above.
Yeah, Cole looking just to stay in this lefty at the moment, but possibly a little bit of a righty coming down the track from Point Piper now, so we'll see if he extends to it or just minimises the gauge here.
This is where we see it being really beneficial 4 up versus 5 up. Just that boat handling through these tacks, moving all that weight together, helping with the roll and the press.
Yeah, we can see Cole's boat just being really physical there and being a lot more in sync. It's quite hard to all be in sync with 5 people, so really good job from Cole and crew there to all be in sync and hit that rail at the same time.
Looks a lot lighter out on this right-hand side of the course at the moment, so it's going to be interesting to see what Cole is looking at as he extends into that corner.
Yeah, well, looking like he's extending to a little bit of left pressure, so we'll see how he comes back, but quite high on starboard board, even though the pressure is a little bit lighter, so we'll see what happens as they head up more towards Point Piper.
Cole just doing a really nice job of staying between the mark and Will Sargent here, extending all the time.
Yeah, Will just needing to be patient here, keep his air clear and stay in striking distance. We saw how easy it was for Cole just to close that gauge on the downwind and roll and on the previous race, so we'll see if Will can do the same again.
Yeah, just a reminder, these teams will be approaching the orange and black top mark, so that's just a little further left than what we were rounding earlier in the day, just to coincide with this left pressure. Both teams just holding a really nice high-fast mode here. Cole comes back on that ley line.
Yeah, Cole definitely extending on these upwind legs, so doing a really nice job to link the puffs and keep extending.
Yeah, definitely a head out of the boat kind of day. These shifts are really, really hard to see, so their tactician's doing a really good job of just staying in phase.
Cole just completing his final tack here as he goes for the pre-pole into the top mark.
Nice breeze coming down from the top of this course now, which is going to be really, really beneficial to hook into soon. Looks like it'll be slipping onto the inside, so setting up for that jibe. Yeah, here we go. Cole rolls straight into that jibe for pressure.
Yeah, long starboard drive here on the downwind with those big left shifts, so almost a lay through to the gates at the moment for these teams. So we'll see how Will tries to close this gauge down.
Cole just doing a really good job here of staying low, trying to keep his breeze clear, extending all the time as he moves down the track.
Yeah, he's still breathe forward against Will, so doing a good job to hold that inside line, like you said, and just keep extending. Looks like they might have to do one jibe here, a little bit lighter, and boats have become a little bit more lifted, so one and in probably for these teams, but Cole just controlling that inside position.
You can just see how physical Cole's crew is, keeping this kite set. working the groove down this little chop. Mode's really working for them. Their pole's also a little lower than Will Sargent, just helping keeping that kite full. Looks like Cole's in a lay line for a right-hand turn at the bottom gate here.
Great close-up shot of the team here with Chelsea Williams on main, just looking back and communicating to Cole about what Will's doing, how's his angle, and where's that next pressure coming from.
Yeah, these presses that they're doing all the time just really help accelerate the boat down this little chop.
Looks, Will's definitely closed up a bit of gauge here, so extending and just closing that gauge up between the two boats. So we'll see if he can keep doing this all the way down into these bottom marks and close right up.
Yeah, got about a 3 boat length split at the moment between the two teams, so both are still very much in contention for this race. Great
shot of the Simo jibe here from both boats as they both roll through it together. Cole probably breathing just forward at the moment still against Will, as we'll see him set up and go for the drop.
Yeah, just taking it poleless at the moment for Cole's team, helping with the efficiency of their drop as they come in for their right turn. Looks like Will may split here at the bottom, take that left-hand turn and bank on some right pressure to bring him back into the game. We're also seeing a change of course, shifted background to right, and we're going to the purple top mark now.
Yeah, Cole just extending to these lefties over here and putting a nice covering tack in to cover off Will and keep the gauge close.
Yeah, I think this gate choice has really paid off for Cole. He's just in a little bit better pressure, running a really nice high-fast mode and extending away from Will all the time as they head out to the right-hand side of this course.
Yeah, that top mark is even further left than the orange-black mark that we had last time, so Cole definitely in the driving seat here, just putting himself between Will and the mark and shutting this race down.
Big pressure builds at the moment as we see some puff come down through this course, so a lot more hiking needed from the teams to keep those boats flat.
Yeah, we're seeing this nor'easter just slowly build throughout the whole day. Great shot there of Will Sargent just close up as Cole just tacks above him on his line.
I think Cole's main setup's just a little bit better for these conditions, a little bit more breeze. They've got a little bit more kind of cutting him on and just really powering through this chop.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a flatter setup for Cole. We found these mains quite deep, so definitely liking that flatter setup that he's running.
Yeah, and I think it's really helping him with that high mode he's so good at.
A little bit more of a split here with Cole continuing to extend towards that left-hand side, but pressure all in the left at the moment. That compression that we saw of Point Piper not really working with the breeze clocking left slightly, so we'll see if we get any more lefties come through.
Yeah, gains to Cole all the time here. Doing a really nice job of sailing high and fast above Will's line. Definitely a lot higher mode than Sargent's running.
Yeah, Cole just sailing a little bit different pressure at the moment, just having to bow up a few extra degrees here, continue to extend and drive the boat forward fast.
If the teams extend onto the starboard ley line, Will's going to struggle just sitting in Cole's gas as they run to that purple top mark.
Cole just tacking onto a starboard ley line there, heading up and towards the top mark, and Will following soon after, just keeping his air clear. And we see a great shot of the team just hiking that boat flat and keeping it nice and fast.
Yeah, just a reminder that if Cole Tapper wins this race, he will secure his spot in the 2023 Australia Youth Match Racing World Championship. So this could be a big race for the Aussie team on the water today. Cole just extending onto this port ley line.
Great shot of Cole and crew there as we just see Chelsea Williams run to leeward and prepare the swing pole for this final tack into the top mark.
Yeah, we've seen really, really good, efficient hoists from this team all regatta. So really, really a testament to their boat handling and their teamwork.
Cole just holding off the hoist a little bit with Will Sargent on ley line. Doesn't want to engage and risk a penalty here, so he's got enough of a lead that he can afford to do that, but little slower set than we're used to seeing on Cole's boat. As Will come through, same swing pole manoeuvre, and he'll look to do a lower set onto Cole's line.
Yeah, good set there from Will Sargent's crew. Cole leading this jibe back onto starboard just before we've got jet boat wake, so get dialed in before the chop.
Yeah, just jibing onto that long jibe again, but huge wake for Cole there. We see him lose a lot of boat speed through that.
Hamish doing a really good job there on Cole's bow, just trimming that pole, keeping it low, helping to keep that kite set.
Yeah, Will navigating that chop a little bit better, so we'll see if he can drive breeze forward and get on Cole, but I think Cole's just gauged off enough to keep his air clear.
Just a little lighter as we extend over to this left-hand side of the course at the moment. But we've got a nice pressure breeze line coming down, which will be slipping towards that left-hand side of the track.
Yeah, lefties all the time here, so both boats knocking into this finish line still.
Cole just doing a really nice job of keeping air clear, sailing a little bit lower and extending all the time. Will's just going to get on the edge of this breeze line a little bit sooner than Cole Tapper, which will help accelerate him and close that gauge a little bit.
Yeah, Will definitely bringing this pressure down, and Cole just heating up a little bit to bring it back to him, but both boats simo jibe now, heading back towards these bottom marks.
Max Brennan just being so dynamic, keeping that kite set on Cole Tapper's boat.
One more jibe for Cole Tapper and crew to do into this finish line here. And we'll just going through that jibe. Expect to see Cole just go breeze behind here and keep it simple.
Cole will be starting to get a little excited as he comes into this finish line.
Great job from Will to close the gauge up, but looking like it's almost a little too late here. Cole just extending towards this pin, and as he crosses the line now, booking his spot to the Australia 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championship Final.
Yeah, really exciting for Cole Tapper and crew, who will match up in our finals against Ange Decleur from France.
Yeah, tough for Will here. He's fought a really hard series and sailed really well, so definitely got to keep his head high. He'll be racing Jeffrey Peterson in the petite final for that all-important final podium spot.
Yeah, I expect to see some really, really tight racing in the next few finals races. 4 incredible crews who have worked really hard this year, so.
As we wait for the finals to get underway, we'd just like to take a quick moment to thank the event partners and the other sponsors for this event. Mercure Sydney, Audi Centre Sydney and Hallie Hansen Australia, with media partners Sail Media, our event photographer and videographer Darsing Collington.
Also a huge thank you to the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia for putting on such an incredible event this week. We've seen some of the best in youth match racing contend for this title, so everyone's fought a really hard battle this week, and the CY have hosted a great event. Breeze definitely filling in across the course now, which will prove some really good finals racing between Ange Decleur and Cole Tapper. The French crew obviously 5 up and Cole 4 up, so really interesting to see the difference in their boat handling as they go through their manoeuvres in tacks and jibes. All 4 teams just refueling after a hard-fought semi-finals here today, getting that food and water in them, ready to fight it out for 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're just going to cross live to Jack, who's going to talk to Cole Tapper, the helm for the Australian team who's just qualified their spot in the 2023 Australia Youth Match Racing World Championship.
Jack. I'm ready.
So I'm here with Cole Tapper, skipper of the Australian crews, just qualified for the Australia 2023 Youth Match Racing Finals. Cole, how are you feeling?
We had a bit of a slow start to the day. Didn't have a great start and sort of just washed out the nerves and got a feel for the track. And just then we were just sort of being a bit looser with the cover, keeping it tight but not slamming as often, and I feel like we just managed to step away and give ourselves that little bit of distance in these tricky conditions, and that was really helpful.
Yeah, we definitely saw some tricky conditions up there on the race course with the big left shift come through, and looked like you did a good job of just connecting the dots and keep extending against Will. So what are you going to be looking to do in these final series coming up against Ange Decleur in the final?
Well, everyone's boat handling's really good, and so we don't have that advantage, and we're just really looking to have clean starts and then as long as we're really tight at the top mark, we're really confident in our downwind speed. So just look to attack there and hopefully clean up our starts a little bit more, and should be good racing.
Thanks, Cole, and best of luck for the finals.
Cheers.
It's a really happy Cole Tapper we have there after securing that spot. So really looking forward to seeing them fight it out for the world title. Just to recap, we have now got 2 qualified teams for our finals series. On Ange de Klerk's boat for France, we have Julia Dimandio, Julien Bonnell, Corentin Goulon and Erwin Philo. And on Cole Tapper's team, sailing for Australia, we have Max Brennan, Hamish Voss and Chelsea Williams. So really excited to see those crew match up. We then have, in our petite final, we have Jeffrey Peterson of the United States of America with Justin Callahan, Enzo Mendito, Daniel Pegg and Marbella Marlowe. And from Cruising Yacht Club of Australia, representing Aussie, Will Sargent, Eddie Reid, Hugo Lemming, Paige Caldecote and Joel Bichel. Really nice breeze filling in across the course as we get prepared to get the final series underway. So for anyone who's interested, the format for the finals series is first to 3. And the petite final between Will Sargent and Jeffrey Peterson will run in match 1, followed by our final between Cole Tapper and Ange de Klerk in match 2.
Just a note there as well, the petite final is only first to 2, with the final being first to 3. So 1 less race for Jeffrey and Will to win.
Yeah, so really important to get that first win. So make it easy for yourselves if you're in the petite.
Yes, let's do everything.
If you're just joining us, we are preparing for the final and petite final for the Australia 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championship.
Yeah, really exciting. We've got Australia's Cole Tapper versus France's Ange Declerc in the final. And in our petite final, we have Jeffrey Peterson from the United States of America versus Australia's Will Sargent. So two Aussie teams right there in the mix for those podium spots, which is really exciting coming out of their home club for this event.
Yeah, for sure. It's I'm sure Jordan will be very happy to have a team in the final and with a shot at winning the 2023 World Championship. So all the best to the teams in the final and petite finals, and I'm sure it's going to be very close and very tight racing out here on the beautiful waters of Sydney Harbour. At the moment, we're located just north of Clark Island, heading up towards Shark Island, with a racecourse, Point Piper, to our right as we look upwind. Beautiful nor'easter out on the harbour. About 8 to maybe 12, 13 knots. Little bit of chop about. We've had some big spectator boats come through and launches, so teams are navigating that and prioritising flow over the foils of the boats.
Yeah, as the days progress, we've definitely seen this harbour get a lot busier, so a lot more chop to factor into race plans.
We've seen the breeze slowly clock left throughout the day, so we can probably expect that trend to continue to happen and potentially see a little bit more increase in pressure.
Yeah, super patchy and shifty out here on the course, so eyes out of the boat is essential. The tacticians on all the teams just doing a really good job of getting onto the next pressure and working their way up the track.
We'd like to thank the event partners for the Australia 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championships. Mercure Sydney, Audi Centre Sydney, Helly Hansen Australia, the media partners, Sail Media, and our event photographer and videographer, Darcy Collington. With special mention to the event contributors, Noakes Group, and of course the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia for hosting this great event.
Yeah, and also a big shout out to Jordan, who's done such a great job of putting this regatta together. He's also obviously coaching the two Australian teams that will be racing in our petite and our final series today. So testament to his coaching, because he's obviously done a very good job. Yeah, so the sequence of events for our finals is our petite final in our match is match 1, followed by our final match 2. So looks like the start boat's getting ready to get underway shortly.
Just behind our Sail Media catamaran boat over here, we have the Spectator Ferry carrying most of the competitors and a few family members that have come out to enjoy this this great event on the water. It's great to see all the teams in their white Helly Hansen Australia shirts that have been provided to all competitors, so big thanks to them. I'm sure they're all having a great time with their lunch and a few social drinks about.
Yeah, going to be a big night of celebrations for everyone after a huge week of sailing on Sydney Harbour. Had some amazing conditions. Sydney's really turned it on for us, so and a testament to the race committee as well, who've done such a great job of just getting races underway and completing the whole schedule.
Yeah, special mention to the umpires as well, head by Russell Green from New Zealand, who's also the chief umpire for ETNZ, Emirates Team New Zealand. He's backed up by Richard Slater from Australia, who also runs the America's Cup. So a very good quality team of umpires here, definitely world class, and we've been very impressed with the level of umpiring that we've seen out on the water, and yeah. So we just prepare to get the warning single underway for the flight 1 of the finals. Looking up the course, seen the breeze continue to build compared to last race. Potentially a little bit more left shift, but looking more even over the whole course now, not as patchy, and a few right-hand shifts coming through from Point Piper, so teams will have to watch out for a little bit of phasing around Shark Island here. That's Foxtrot up on the start boat, so we are into our 7 minutes. For match 1, we have Jeffrey Peterson entering from starboard in boat 7, and we have Will Sargent entering from port in boat 6. Yeah, as Jeffrey and Will just prepare for the start here, it's super important that the teams just regroup and come together to try and get that final spot on the podium. It's still a big deal to get that final spot. So I'm sure both teams will come out firing, and we'll see some really close, tight, intense racing from both skippers. Looking up the course now, Jack, what's running through your head? I still like the left. We can see lefties continue to build, and we talked about the outgoing tide continuing all day. So, you know, that little extra bit of speed and can make a big difference over the whole race. So, just making sure that you keep it clean and keep calm out there. We have noticed on the left, though, there is quite a bit more powerboat wake, so that'll be something that the teams will have to navigate through this race area.
On screen now, we just have Jeffrey Peterson doing his runs into that boat for his entry, getting his time on distance dialed in, ready for his 4 minutes.
Five minutes just gone until the first race of the Flight 1 finals. Petite finals first with Jeffrey Peterson versus Will Sargent.
And an important thing to know is that the petite final is first to 2, whereas our final is first to 3. So really important for those petite final teams to get the points on the board early, make it easy for themselves. Will Sargent from Australia coming in on for his port entry here, 12 seconds on the clock. Little bit early, so a little bit of time to kill.
Both boats just heading into a dial up here. You see Will rolling through that tack and completing onto starboard, and Jeffrey just luffing up inside of him and staying in control of this race. Lots of big waves coming through them now as they look to build some backwards flow.
These pre-starts really shine Jeffrey Peterson's experience. You know, he's done a lot of match racing over his career, and it really shows how he executes his pre-starts.
I'd never count Will Sargent out. He's doing a great job here of backing up behind Jeffrey and almost getting in control of this race here. Great acceleration there and looking to control Jeffrey as he heads over to the playground. Will just doing a great job there of staying really tight to leeward on Jeffrey and getting a little hook there. So Will firmly in control of this pre-start at the moment, and Jeffrey's got to try and shake him here.
Yeah, really high in the box by both teams here. We've got, for those who haven't noticed in the screen, you can see the island that we've got just in the playground, so can't go too deep in the box.
Yeah, Jeffrey just looking to potentially use this moored rib just to the left of him as a bit of a pick to throw Will Sargent off and being able to start his circles and get those jibes in. So great work and experience there from Jeffrey to use what's available on the race course to his advantage.
Just under 2 minutes to go till this race is underway.
Yeah, Jeffrey just driving there and taking the lead back towards the start. They've moved the pin down a little bit here, but still looks to be favoured with these lefties still rolling through the course. So I expect to see Jeffrey lead down towards the pin if Will doesn't roll him, which it looks like he has here. So Will taking the lead off Jeffrey with 1 minute 20 on the clock. Will's been very good today at killing this time and with big fishtails, so we'll see how Jeffrey does to push him down the line and keep extending. Both skippers quite fiery in the pre-starts, so let's see how these two match up.
We've got a blue penalty showing on the umpire boat. So that is a penalty on Will Sargent. With 45 seconds to go.
Double blue flag there for Will Sargent, so will have to complete a penalty turn after the start. I believe it was for that fishtailing incident where there was contact between the boats.
Yeah, that's a big loss for Will for this pre-start. That penalty turn will be pretty costly off that line.
Yeah, early jump for Jeffrey too here, and he's also taken the left, so winning that favoured side of the course as well.
10 seconds to go and our teams are racing towards that pin.
Jeffrey Peterson firmly in control of this first race in the petite finals of the 2023 Australia Youth Match Racing World Championships. We'll see Will roll into that first turn here to complete his penalty. If he's noticed, he's got two. There he goes for his turn there.
So
really tough for Will to come back from two penalties down in the pre-start, but we'll see what he can do and see if he can pick up a bit of pressure.
yeah, we've seen teams this week come back from a similar situation to win the race. So Will's definitely still in this. He just got to be smart and play the shifts right.
Turning our attention back to the finals here, we have Anschlucker entering from starboard and Coltapper entering from the pin. Dial up here from both boats with Ange on the left-hand side of picture and Cole right-hand side of picture here.
Both boats got quite a bit of forwards flow here, so doing a really good job at just keeping matched.
Cole doing a good job here of just being able to reverse up, but Ange just being smart, keep it simple and exiting the dial up.
Yeah, we'll see these two teams lead back into the playground. Cole just accelerating away from Ange there. Back up in our petite final today, we've got Jeffrey just on your right hand side of your screen, doing a really good job of just sitting on above Will on coming in on starboard.
Yeah, Jeffrey just doing all the right things at the moment, keeping the race close and staying in the same water as well. Will still has that penalty, so all Jeffrey needs to do is just shut the race down, stay in the same water and not let Will get a shift that he doesn't to close the gauge back.
Back to our final, we have 2 minutes on the clock. Boats just in the playground, killing that time, doing their circles. Cole kind of leading those circles just next to that anchored repair boat. Similar strategy to what Jeffrey did, using it to your advantage.
Yeah, we see Cole taking the lead there and just killing all that time. I expect to see that moored boat, if it stays there, become a big feature of these final series as teams look to use it to get out of control if one of the boats is controlling them. 1 minute 30 on the clock now and Cole firmly leading back towards this pre-start. Doing a great job to kill time, but just got to watch that Ange doesn't go for the roll on him.
Fair bit of wake, as you can see, rolling through that playground at the moment, so keeping that flow and that speed is super important.
1:10 on the clock and Cole's got a bit more work to do here to wipe this time off and head down towards the pin end of the line.
Yeah, really nice breeze down at that bottom section of the course at the moment, so both teams will come off the line in a good pressure.
Great picture here of Cole just showing us how this fishtailing is done. We can see him pushing and pulling that tiller, trying to slow the boat down and keep Orange just behind him. It's a fine balance of matching speed and knowing when to slow the boat down, when to accelerate. But Orange getting the hook there and taking the left of him. We'll see Cole split tack start out, and Cole's got to be really careful that he doesn't infringe as the windward boat. So 20 seconds to go, split tack start, Orange will take the pin, Cole will take the boat. Way better acceleration here from Cole as he tacks back, and Orange dead in the water here.
Yeah, right side of your screen you can see top mark rounding. Jeffrey, really good set by his crew, able to extend away from Will Sargent as he still has to tack before he can round the mark. Lots of congestion up at this top mark. We've got the Sail Sydney sitting right above us, so lots going on.
Yeah, we saw Cole actually tack back at the boat and accelerate back towards Orange, the Frenchman, just closing that gauge, but unfortunately losing his lane. So Orange just getting the best of that start and winning that left-hand side.
So Jeffrey's done a really good job here of leading that jibe back onto starboard. Will's had to follow suit. And again, we just see him run a little more pole down, nice low mode, and he's just charging through the wake really nicely, gaining all the time.
Yeah, once again, Jeffrey just staying in the same water as well, and staying on the favoured board, the long jibe, and looks to be one and in. Back to the second race, the finals. Cole's closed a bit of gauge here. Heading back over towards the left-hand side. Interesting that they've got such a big split already in this race. The breeze looks like it's dropped a little bit now, maybe 6 to 8 sort of knots, but still same level of chop, so team's just really finding it hard to keep the boat going.
Yeah, we've got nice left pressure coming down, so the team that's able to stay on that side is going to really benefit from that.
Yeah, Cole's picked up a really nice left-hand shift and just bringing it back towards the French team here. So little gain, and Cole's actually going for a dip there as we see both boats in picture there. Approaching this downwind gate, we've got Jeffrey, boat number 7, green kite, and Will, red kite, top of picture. One more jibe for both teams to do into this finish line, so into this bottom mark rounding, sorry. So we'll see which side of the course Jeffrey wants to take.
Will's definitely closed that gap quite significantly there, just sailing a little hotter and just in a little bit of better pressure. Jeffrey had to kind of climb a little bit to stay in that breeze, so.
Yeah, to my eyes, Jeffrey looking a little bit slower on the downwind today. Interesting between the different setups. So it seems that higher pole height definitely working for Will and Ange Delerc in that semi-finals race.
Back into our finals match, we have on the screen now Ange just to leeward of Cole Tapper.
Yeah, leading out to these lefties on the left-hand side of the course here. So Ange and team will get that left-hand pressure first. So we'll see if they can capitalise and use it. But potentially Cole blocking his tack here, just almost with a dial down. But as we say now, Ange just rolls the boat into a high mode and looks to slightly start to affect Cole here.
Yeah, Cole's really got to work hard now just to hold that mode. He's really good at holding that high mode, so.
Back on picture, Jeffrey right turn here, taking back towards the left-hand side. Looks like they've got a problem with their main sheet on board Jeffrey's boat. We can see the main trimmer sitting in and trying to fix something, so we'll keep you updated on that. But definitely not what you need heading into the first race of the petite finals.
We just see on screen now our finals race, leading on Port Lay into the top mark. Cole just slightly faster here. The French just taking a bit of a higher mode, which isn't exactly working as well through this chop at the top of the course.
Yeah, it looks like Cole's got 2 more tacks to get into this top mark here, so we'll see if Ongen crew can lay this top mark. Looks like they're going to do it, so.
Yeah, they're pretty confident. They set up for their pole. Bauman doing a really good job of getting that set up early to help with the efficient hoists. And that's definitely brought, this ley line has closed the gap between these two teams.
Yeah, Cole's going to be really slow coming into this top mark, and Frenchman almost rolling over the bow here, so we'll look to Cole to probably slow this match down a bit, just stay high, reset, and pick his time. Yeah, picked his time there and just extending. Great set from Cole. Great set from both boats, and Orange and crew just doing a nice job to soak inside there and protect the inside line for that next jibe back towards the bottom marks.
Yeah, definitely really good pressure on the inside at the moment for that jibe back onto starboard. So teams will have eyes out of the boat looking for that and getting their timing right.
Big dial down here from the petite final match. We can see Jeffrey ducking Will Sargent there with that broken main sheet. So doing all he can to try and keep ahead, but Will Sargent's still with that penalty, so Jeffrey's just got to do everything he can to keep the game close here.
Yeah, don't want to give Will any opportunities to either offset or do his kill.
We can see Justin Callahan, the main trimmer here, holding the boom actually 1-to-1 off the main sheet strop, I believe. So big work from him to hold that big sail, and definitely not optimal performance. Big flag there from Orange as Cole does a rush drive in front of him. We'll have to see what the umpires say about that one, but green flag, no penalty there.
Yeah, Cole's pretty lucky. We've seen that situation a few times over the last week, and it can go both ways. The French crew just doing a really good job here of just sitting on Cole's line, trying to get on his breeze, affect both of his sails as much as possible to try and get that roll on Cole.
Yeah, the French are for sure fast downwind. They're keeping the game really close. But back up to this upwind match, we see Jeffrey and Will still in a really tight match, and just as I said before, Justin holding that main sheet 1-to-1 straight off the block. Big wake as they come through this powerboat wash. So we'll see how they go heading into this top mark, but we've got a bit of work to do to kill this penalty.
Yeah, Jeffrey's team's doing a really good job at keeping that high mode considering their main sheet issues, working really hard for that.
Heading back down to the final match, we see both boats going into a jibe back towards each other, and really close match here.
Yeah, the French just forcing Cole to jibe back onto starboard. Yeah, doing a really good job of just putting Cole under pressure, making him come up for that little luff, as you can see on screen. Doing everything they can to just stay in contention. Both teams will have to jibe to make their gate.
Yeah.
The finish. So the French are just...
Big Justin Callahan over here holding the main sheet 1-to-1, doing a great job to keep the boat up to speed.
Yeah, well,
as the US go through with their swing pole set manoeuvre, let's see if Will can have enough room to do that spin to win, but it's looking tight at the moment.
Yeah, all Jeffrey needs to do here is keep the game close.
Looking back downwind, Orange has Cole Tapper locked in downwind jail here, so Cole can't get back towards those bottom marks. Orange did a really nice job there to stay inside of him, hold that overlap and force him wide, so Orange really in control of this race here as he tacks back and will head straight towards those gate marks.
Yeah, this is just a boat speed race now, straight to that pin. And it looks like the French team will get this first win on the board.
Still got one more lap to go, so we'll see if Cole can fight back.
My bad, sorry.
Good wide bottom mark rounding there from Orange, so taking that left-hand side of the course, and Cole electing to split, doing the easier manoeuvre, so we'll see how that pays out for his crew. Back to the petite final, both boats heading straight into the finish here. We see Will Sargent still with a penalty over Jeffrey Peterson, so Will Red Kite needing to do that penalty turn before he crosses the finish. Just a reminder that Jeffrey has broken his main sheet, so we can see that rope hanging off the end of the boom and all those blocks. Justin still trimming the main 1-to-1 here. Going to be really tough if we get into a bit of a luffing match here, so we'll watch this match as they come down into the finish. Doesn't look to me like Will's got enough to do a spin to win, so he's going to need to engage at some point and try and offset this penalty.
Jeffrey just matching Will's line here, coming back onto port. Both teams are not on lay for the finish, so we'll have to throw one back onto starboard to make that pin. Jeffrey's just doing a really good job here of keeping the game tight, putting pressure on Sargent. He'll be thinking through his plays in his head, trying to figure out how he can offset this penalty into the finish.
Yeah, Will doing the right things here, just staying to the left of Jeffrey here, and we'll look to see him probably come back at him on starboard. Tough to tell if he's got enough room to do a spin to win, but last time we saw he did not, so I expect to see Will engage.
Here they go for their Simo jibe.
So Will rolls into a jibe there, and Jeffrey just doing the right things, just staying close behind, not letting Will have enough to do that final penalty turn. So all Jeffrey needs to do is stay right behind Will Sargent here, and he will take this race win.
Both teams on lay for that finish line now.
You'll look to see, Will going for that jibe back. Probably stand by a double jibe here and maybe a luff straight out of this. So Jeffrey will just look to match, slow the boat down and stay right behind Will here. As you'll see them flap the kite and really slow the boat down heading into this committee boat zone. Will look to get into the zone, clear ahead and own the rounding. Jeffrey flagged there, thinking he's got room on the inside or windward leeward.
Will Sargent's crew just struggling to get that kite out of the water.
Green flag from the umpires, so no double penalty for Will, but he still needs to do that penalty.
We've got another flag from Will Sargent's crew. That's a double on Will Sargent.
Another penalty for Will, so 2 penalties for Will, and Will losing that race as he could not complete those 2 penalty turns. So Jeffrey taking the first race of the petite finals with damage to his main sheet block.
Jeffrey needs now just one more win, and he will have secured 3rd place at the Australian Youth Match Racing World Champs.
Yeah, that's a huge win for Jeffrey to get that one on the board, especially with that damage. Back up to the finals match here, we see Ange Deleuze leading Cole into this top mark here. with Orange boat 1 bottom of screen and Cole top of screen.
Yeah, so you can see that split at the gate hasn't paid off for our Australian team. They opted to go around left turn around the marks, whereas the French crew extended straight into that left-hand pressure and have definitely gained out of it.
Yeah, the French are proving to be very slippery in a straight line today, both upwind and down, so great work by them to keep the boat speed high, and boats they haven't sailed that often compared to Cole.
Yeah, they've really found their groove in the last day or two. Just really dialed in, locked in, and their boat handling's improved so much.
Another good hoist there from both teams, and Cole just looking to close this gauge down and prepare for a Simo jibe on top.
Yeah, he's doing a really nice job of just affecting the French wind there, just kind of sitting on their line.
Looks like there's a bit of pressure coming down the inside of the course here, so we'll really see Cole try and soak low and lead this next jibe back.
Yeah, that's a common theme we've seen over today, that inside pressure. Team who's led it into it first has extended so much, so. And here they Simo.
Great work there from Cole and crew on the boat. You can just see how physical they are, rolling that boat flat, getting the speed out of it, and throwing that disturbed air down onto the French team. Both teams hot on angle at the moment, with Cole trying to roll and throw that disturbed air down onto Ange. He's closed up quite a bit here and definitely still got a few more jibes to do, so if he can hook into a bit of pressure and bring it down towards the Frenchman, then we're in for a close race.
Yeah, the French just really dialed in on their boat speed there. They just look a little bit quicker than Cole, able to pull away and kind of start to get clear breeze.
Yeah, they're sailing the boat really nicely here. Super, same angle and slightly faster, so great work by them. Cole just picking up a bit of pressure there and soaking down a little bit. Frenchman matching his line, so great work by both teams.
Hamish Vast just struggling to get that pole on there a little bit.
Double jibe there, no need to put the pole on. So Cole just double jibing to get on the inside line of Ange here, and look to come back at him when Ange has to jibe back to make this finish. Ange definitely still clear ahead here, so a little bit too late, but and big kite flap from Cole, that's definitely not what you need.
Yeah, Ange is just doing a really good job of sailing his own race, keeping his breeze clear and staying in control.
Yeah, just keeping it super simple.
A reminder that this final series is first to 3, so both teams still have lots of room to get those wins on the board. So the French crew will come in to take the first win of our final series today. Really good sailing from that team. Really smart, really simple.
Yeah, they won the start, stayed ahead, and just kept extending around the whole race course there. They've really found a bit of form in these last few races to get into the finals and then the first race of the finals. So regrouping time again for Cole and team. He's been here before, he's done it again. We saw his quarterfinal match go to a decider, so yeah, all to play for. Exciting racing to come.
And the French will just be hoping to keep this momentum. Build on that. On screen now we have Jeffrey Peterson's USA team. They are green flag away, so their main sheet has been fixed, and they are ready to sail the next race of the petite final. But we have a green flag up from boat 1, which is our French crew of Ange de Clare. So they're obviously got a repair issue.
Welcome back to the Australia 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championships. We just have the Foxtrot flag up, the preparatory signal for Flight 2 of the final series here in beautiful Sydney Harbour. 6 minutes just gone, and for this flight we have
got Jeffrey Peterson in match 1 entering on port, and Will Sargent from Australia entering for starboard for the petite final.
Just a recap of Flight 1. We had Ange Leclerc in the final go 1-0 up against Cole Tapper from Australia, and Jeffrey Peterson go 1-0 up from the United States against Will Sargent from Australia.
Five minutes to go here, and we can see on screen Will Sargent's crew doing their timed runs to the start boat for their entry.
Looking up the course here, we can see a light dusting of whitecaps scattered across the harbour here. So very slowly building, as we said before, over the day, and looks to be relatively the same direction, maybe a touch more left, and the course slightly more extended up towards the South Sydney laser course by Shark Island.
Yeah, really nice bands of left pressure coming down through the harbour, so teams will be heads out of the boat wanting to capitalise on that and get on that first shift towards the left.
Coming into 4 minutes here, we have Will Sargent in picture entering on starboard against Jeffrey Peterson for the second race of the petite finals. This is a match point in the petite finals, so if Jeffrey wins this race, he will take the third spot on the podium at the regatta. So do or die time for Will Sargent.
Yeah, we see Jeffrey lead the team into the playground above the committee boat. Just doing a really good job of staying fast.
Yeah, really short dial-up period from the teams there. Jeffrey just wanting to keep it simple and start getting into circles a bit earlier. That boat that we talked about earlier, the big moored boat that the teams were using as a bit of a pick, still playing a key feature. So we'll see if that comes back into this pre-start again. Teams, as we just go past 3 minutes, teams well into their circles now and heading over towards that moored boat there.
That start line is still looking pretty even, but pin slightly up, so I think teams will still be gunning for that to win the pin.
Looks like they might have dropped the pin back almost a little bit more, but we're still liking that left side of the track, right, Sophia?
Yeah, for sure. We're seeing all those big bands come out of that left, so really key to hook into them early.
Flag from one of the teams out there, green from the umpires, so no penalty. Both boats just still extending away, and coming up to 2 minutes, we should look for Jeffrey rolling into his tack here and starting the lead back towards the line. Will taking the lead off him and driving to roll here, so we'll see how Jeffrey can push him down the line again.
Yeah, we're still both teams are probably 40 seconds from the line at where they are currently, so still got a bit to kill for that start.
Really close gauge here between the boats with that wing umpire just calling it another flag, which is green again. So no penalty, and Will doing a great job there, just fishtailing, wiping that speed, and Jeffrey locking into the right here. They're underlaid for the boat, so Jeffrey has a start on starboard here. and can take it, but Will tight to leeward still.
Yeah, Will just doing a really good job of keeping fast as the leeward boat, not letting Jeffrey roll too fast.
Still a little bit to kill as we just come in 1 minute for Will, so he's got to wipe a little bit more speed off and make sure Jeffrey can't roll him here.
Yeah, Jeffrey looking pretty tight on that boat ley line now. Sailing a real high slow mode.
Yeah, a little bit of a right shift as we came through that pre-start. So Jeffrey held out at the boat end at the moment. So got to do something to get the bow down. And he's managed to build gauge as Will accelerates down towards that pin end of the line with just under 30 seconds to go.
Jeffrey's done really well here to kind of get back into contention for the start. Will did have him held out just before, so.
Wide right start here for Jeffrey. We'll see these boats come off the line and see if he can hold his gauge. Both boats trucking towards a big lefty that's just coming down through the course here, so we'll look to see one of them probably tack into it. It's quite a short, sharp, intense gust.
Yeah, Jeffrey doing really good job here, just staying high and fast. Will's starting to get the roll on him underneath, but Jeffrey's got the inside of this pressure to tack into, as you can see now on screen.
Big left phase here at the moment, so we'll see Jeffrey just make the most of this path and look for him to probably come back towards Will Sargent. Four minutes for the second race in this flight, the final of the Youth Match Racing World Championship. And we have Co entering on starboard with Deleuze entering on port.
On screen now we can see that dial-up between the two teams in our final. It's a classic strategy we've seen in nearly every single pre-start today.
Yeah, that's right. So if we have a little saying on our boat, another day, another dial-up. So it's almost a given in match racing when conditions are like this.
Yeah. Both teams in our final just coming back round, leading back into that playground above the committee boat with 3 minutes left on the clock.
Back to our top mark picture here, and looks like Jeffrey's got a bit of a problem with his jib halyard. Lots of wrinkles in that jib, so possible breakage again there for Jeffrey. That's definitely not what you need heading into this race, but oh no, it's just slit. No, definitely broken. Can't get it up to stay up. We saw the crew pull it on through the tack, but the clutch is not holding, so we'll see if they can fix anything.
Yeah, that's really unlucky for Jeffrey and his crew. Two breakages now so far in the petite final series. So Jeffrey is flying a red flag, as you can see, just to leeward, and a green.
Yeah, both red and green flag flying on Jeffrey's boat there. So we'll see what the umpires have to say after this race about that herring. Back to the pre-start here, and we've got Cole Tapper leading Orange back to the start, using that moored boat once again as a little bit of a reference point and a pick.
1 minute 40 to go, and so both teams have still got quite a lot of time to kill into that pin lay.
Both boats just fishtailing here, trying to wipe some time off the clock and be on time for the start here. Cole doing a good job of just staying high and killing that speed.
Yeah, both boats just over boat lay there. So working back down to get shut out lay.
Quite low in the box here for both boats, so lots of upwind sailing and not much downs for Cole to get to pin lay. So a little bit of work to do for Cole here to kill this.
Yeah, back up to our petite final. We see Jeffrey's jib really starting to slip here. This is going to be really detrimental to his speed. So we'll see what the umpires say. As we said before, they're flying both a green and a red flag. So it's now out of their hands what happens.
You wouldn't typically usually expect to see any redress or that for a clutch breaking on the jib halyard, but we'll have to see. Back to the pre-start, we can see Cole Tapper left of picture, just dialed up, and both boats look like to be going for a split tack start. Sorry, no, that's Ange and Cole right of picture. So Cole tacking at the boat here with Ange winning the pin again.
Cole just doing a dip on that line, obviously thinking he was over.
Incident in that pre-start with Cole Tapper receiving a penalty, probably in that dial-up just before the start. So Cole one penalty down, and he will need to either offset that or complete a penalty turn.
Around the top mark, we've just seen Will Sargent lead with a decent lead. He's obviously gained a lot on that upwind due to Jeffrey's halyard. Jeffrey going to do everything he can now just to close that gap again, stay in contention. I'm sure they will have someone heads down in the boat trying to sort a way to hold that jib halyard up for the next beat.
Yeah, both boats early jibing here onto the long jibe with those lefties coming down. So Jeffrey just got to keep fast and try and get back in touch with Will here.
Back to our finals, we can see both boats leading out into that left hand side of the course. It looks like the Frenchies just to the right hand side of the screen.
Yeah, Cole doing a good job here just to build gauge and keep that high mode going against the French. Not sure if the French have attack back or whether Cole could dial down and point at him on starboard if he tries to attack. So we'll see how this evolves as they get more and more out towards the left-hand ley line. But more lefties to come for both these boats. So let's see if Cole can hold this lane.
Yeah, really nice left band coming down, probably 45 seconds away. So both teams will be looking to hook into that and bring that pressure back to the top ley line.
Back to the petites here. Will Sargent, boat 6 with the red spinnaker, just leading and looking like matching Jeffrey as well. Gauge has stayed roughly the same coming into this bottom mark, but
we can see Marbella of the Team USA head down in the boat, really working hard to try and figure out how they can keep their jib up and with tension for this next upwind, as it's a real speed killer.
yeah, I expect to see Jeffrey probably just try and tie that jib halyard up around the clutch instead of use it. It's not going to be the best option, but it'll have to do really. Back over towards the final race here, we have Cole Tapper holding on out to the left-hand ley line here, so he might look to try and offset his penalty here. He's blocking the Frenchman's tack, so as we see Ange just luff up, try and kill some speed and get swing. So we'll see what Cole does here. Both boats just slowing down, almost getting into sort of a dial-up position here.
Got really good left breeze now coming down, so they will try and capitalise that and take it back to the top mark with lots of speed.
Cole just deciding to keep it simple and extend Ange is right in his dirty air at the moment, so he'll extend all the way into this top mark and try and just build this lead out over the whole race.
Yeah, prime example of Cole's real good high fast mode here. Just working his way up, trying to get on the French's line.
Bottom mark rounding here with Will Sargent taking the right-hand turn, and Jeffrey looking like he's going for a split left-hand turn to the right-hand side of the course. So we'll see how this works out for him, but we've been really liking that left-hand side all day, so a bit of a risk here from Jeffrey.
Yeah, I think Will's going to gain out of this as he comes back just to sit on the same line. He's obviously in quite a bit more pressure as he comes back in this left phase, so Will's looking really, really good here.
Good shot in front of us of the difference in setups between the boats. We can see Cole looks to be running a little bit of a deeper setup down low on this slightly eased sails upwind into the top mark here, so just powering the boat up a little more, and difference in traveller position as well, with the French running a little bit higher trav overall compared to Cole through this upwind range.
Yeah, Frenchie's really struggling here, just falling into the Australian line. They're going to have to sit in their bad air all the way into this top mark, which isn't ideal for them, losing all the time. Both bows go forward to set up that pole. All the French need to do in this situation is similar to what Jeffrey did in that last race. You know, keep it close, keep it simple, and don't give Cole an opportunity to offset or do his turn.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Coach. Sophie, he's just doing the right things at the moment. He's holding in on that inside position and just staying right behind him.
Back over in our petite, we've seen Will Sargent just continue to extend, you know, just on the same line as Jeffrey, but just a few ladder runs up, just in that better breeze all the time here. Jeffrey's definitely sorted some sort of makeshift halyard tie. It's got a little bit more tension than we saw in that first upwind, so Marbella has worked her magic.
Yeah, she's done a good job to provide a temporary fix, but we can still see some scalping in that those jib hanks. So yeah, definitely not ideal for Jeffrey, and he's losing a lot of pointing distance and having sail quite a lot lower than Will at the moment.
Yeah, Sarge just doing a really good job of loose cover, you know, extending into pressure and then coming back on Jeffrey's line as we see here. So yeah, doing all the right things.
Back to the final match here. Cole still about the same gauge ahead of Deleuze, the Frenchman. So as they approach the ley line jibe, we should see Simo jibe again from both teams.
Nice inside pressure to jibe back into, Cole taking the lead in that.
Yeah, back to Will Sargent here, just affecting Jeffrey quite a lot at the moment here, and that jib halyard just continuing to slip over the whole race.
Yeah, you can see it in there from this angle, just the height difference. Will's able to keep climbing and keep a tight jib, and Jeffrey's just struggling with that pointing.
It's almost probably more drag having it up. Back to the finals here, and we've got Deleuze just closing in on Cole here. He's gained a bit of distance back on Cole, so closed up that that loss that he made on that ley line into the top mark there.
Both teams will have to do one more jibe to make that gate. Looking like Cole's setting up for that right-hand turn to lead back into that left-hand side of the course.
on picture here, we can just see the Frenchman starting to affect the Cole and the Australians, both spinnaker. Little flaps and definitely on their main at the moment. So gauging in and just doing all the right things, sailing low and setting up for that next jibe.
To the right of your screen, you can see Will Sargent go for his hoist. Not a great set from that team. Little bit of trouble getting that kite pole around and kite set. So that's gains all the time for Jeffrey as these two come down to the finish line for the flight 2 of the petite final.
As we round the bottom mark, both boats doing a right-hand turn towards that left-hand side of the course. So Cole's still firmly in the lead here, and Deleuze just trying to live on this starboard tack and head over towards that left. Super high mode from him at the moment, and Cole just putting the bow down a bit and extending out.
Yeah, you can see that high mode really working for Cole there. Just coming up on Ange's line all the time, forcing him into the bad air and forcing him to tack.
Cole just matching that tack there as we pan away to Jeffrey and Will Sargent. It's a nice shot of the Harbour Bridge and Naval Base in the background.
Big split for these two crews. Will's jibed out early and extended out onto that left-hand side with a little bit of better puff at the moment. Jeffrey opting to stay on port and extend out onto this right-hand side of the course.
Yeah, still seeing big split as we just see Jeffrey prepare for a jibe back and head back towards Will.
Jeffrey looks like he's coming back in a nice little puff here. Bit of breeze to him over Will at the moment, which is interesting as we've seen that left-hand side pay off for Lavo.
Yeah, Will's still crossing firmly ahead of Peterson here, so at the moment looking like he will draw the series up one apiece.
Yeah, so if that happens, that means flight 3 will be match point. Winner takes all. Jeffrey's just playing a pressure game here, just doing everything he can to get on the inside, come in on starboard and stay in the best breeze. Doing a really good job at closing that gap back against Will.
Yeah, he has closed the gap up a little bit, but a little too late here, just running out of runway, and Will just staying on his line and putting himself between Jeffrey and the finish line.
Yeah, it'll be pretty upsetting for the American team having now a breakage in both races, so I'm sure they won't be too happy about that.
Yeah, that's definitely not what you need in an important petite final series, so we'll see what they can do about that jib halyard. Yeah, Will Sargent taking the win there and levelling the petite final series at one apiece.
Back up towards our top mark, we've got our final series racing. Cole's doing a really good job just to stay in front of Ange. Just a reminder that Cole does have a penalty, so he will be looking for ways to extend so he can do a spin to win, or he can offset it at the top mark.
Yeah, Cole's still needing to build up a little bit more of a gap here to to do a spin to win, so we might see Cole engage, but let's just see how this situation evolves.
Yeah, looks like both teams are slowing up here at the top, looking for that kill.
Yeah, Cole just really slowing the boat down here, almost doing a bit of a mark trap play here with Deleuze just going round the left-hand side of him. So Cole owning all the rights to the mark here. Deleuze is not allowed to go inside of him into this mark if he stays in that 2 boat length zone.
We still have that yellow penalty flag up for Cole, so doing everything he can here to try and offset.
Yeah, Deleuze just doing the right thing now, just staying right behind him. He just needs to stay behind him, not get overlapped on either side, and just be patient. Both teams pole on now, getting ready for a set.
We do have a lot of other traffic up at this top mark with our Sail Sydney teams, laser crews right, a couple of boat lengths away from our 2 match racing teams, so as you can see in the picture. So
as Cole's just drifted forward a bit here, Deleuze is able to sneak inside of him, so Cole has to go for that set to get the kite up. Doesn't have an option anymore to try and offset, so Cole got a lot of work here to do.
Yeah, really, really good set from our Australian crew here. A lot quicker than the French. French were able to get the kite set.
Deleuze just doing a great job there, sailing a super low mode to get down on the inside of Cole there. All he needs to do is just keep it low and fast. A little bit of kite troubles there for him though, so Cole may be extending there.
Definitely on the Australians' breeze there. Really, Max having to work really hard to keep that orange kite set.
So Cole just thinking about staying to the left of Deleuze here and keeping that starboard advantage when they come back together. Deleuze just thinking about not getting overlapped with Cole and staying right behind him the whole time.
Yeah, affecting his breeze all the time. Got a significant wake to come through now as we have a launch go right through the middle of our course in front of our 2 teams.
See Deleuze just soaking in on that inside. Both boats almost overlapped here.
Yeah, really capitalising on that wake as he surges down it. That's a big advantage to our French crew.
Great wave there from Cole to soak down and build a little bit of gauge there.
Yeah, that Australian crew just being real technical with these waves. You know, they're used to this. They train in this chop all the time. So really, really good to see their technique.
Just a bit of a waiting game here at the moment until we get out more towards a ley line for the boats to come back on. Not enough for Cole to do a penalty spin, so he will have to engage with Deleuze to try and offset this penalty.
So both teams will have to jibe to make finish line lay. And Cole takes the lead in the jibe now.
Cole just trying to slow the boat down here. You'll probably see them do a few jibes in a row here and just trying to get Deleuze unsettled and throw the boat around a bit. So Cole on ley line into that starboard, into that committee boat end of the line. So we'll see a similar situation probably to what Will Sargent was trying to do against Jeffrey Peterson at the finish of their match 1. So Watch for Cole to go jib up here and drop the kite, and he'll look to complete attack. Deleuze has got to be careful here. If he tries to jump Cole, Cole can do a big luff and get him and offset that penalty. But looks like he's dropped the kite a little bit too early, and Deleuze actually just managed to rolling round his bow there and soaking into that finish line. So great patience there from Deleuze to take the win and go 2-0 up in the 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championship final.
Yeah, we've seen Cole Katapa come back from similar situations, so definitely still a contender for this world title. But if the French do secure one more win, they will be our new Australia 2023 Youth Match Racing World Champions.
Yeah, match point here, like you said, so all to play for in this final match. And yeah, Cole did a good job there, but just needs to keep it clean off the start. That's probably one of the hardest penalty situations to kill. So we'll see them regroup and come out firing for the last one. Deleuze just still having all that momentum though. He's just been building the whole regatta, sailing really, really well at the moment, super smart and just keeping it clean.
We also have match point for our petite finals, as both teams are one up. So first to two, the next winner will take the third place position.
Once again, another shot of the great spectator ferry for all the competitors here and family and friends of the event to come out and watch the racing. Another thank you to Hallie Hansen Australia for providing those nice white shirts you can see all the competitors wearing on the top deck of the ferry there.
So we have a green flag away for boat 7 of Jeffrey Peterson. So they've managed to fix the jib cleat issue, and we'll be able to get underway for the last race of the petite finals.
Little water bottle refill up for the French here. Just getting that the all-important fluid back into their systems.
Big day, big race. All right, so we have Foxtrot up from the committee boat. So we are into sequence for the flight 3 of the petite finals. Entering on starboard, we have USA Jeffrey Peterson, and entering from port, we have Australia's Will Sargent. Reminder that this match is match point. They're both one apiece, so whoever wins this next race in the petite will be crowned third place in the Youth Match Racing World Champs.
Yeah, Jeffrey Peterson over here in boat 7 just had those the jib halyard repairs done on the clutch, so hopefully that holds. It's been a bit of an unlucky boat for him past two races. He's had some damage, so fingers crossed it's not third time in a row and third time lucky he can get a clean race underway.
Yeah, it's very unusual to be that unlucky in the petite finals, to have a really significant breakage twice. So
yeah, usually 7's a pretty lucky number, so maybe it's unlucky 7 now.
Maybe. How insightful. On the screen we've got Jeffrey doing his timed runs, dialing in his time on distance.
Looking at the course here, breeze just continuing to hold and look to be a little bit stronger from that left-hand side. Had a little bit of slowdown in current here, a little bit less chop out on the left-hand side of the race course from that wind against tide action that we were seeing earlier in the day. So touch flatter water over the race course area for the moment, but we'll see what happens with these spectator boat wakes that come through the course.
Yeah, it's also looking a lot more consistent now. Breeze evening out across the course a little bit more than we've seen today so far. So a lot closer racetrack and lots of passing lane opportunities.
As we come into 4 minutes here, we can see Will Sargent just preparing to enter to the pin end of the line for that blue entry. And Jeffrey Peterson coming in at the boat. A little bit late there from Jeffrey, quite a lot late actually. Just coming up to the committee boat now, so not really what you want heading into the decider for a third place on the podium. And Will Sargent able to get that high cross and just extend out into the playground.
We're doing a really good job here of just keeping fast, heading back towards that anchored repair boat in the playground and starting his circles. Yeah,
both boats just extending away here and doing some classic match race circling to just kill time and try and get control of the other boat. They're right up against that moored boat now, so yeah, once again seeing them use it as a little bit of a pick and try and pin the other boat against it.
Well, just coming out of that tack a little bit down on boat speed, struggling to build out of that tack. So Jeffrey's been able to extend away from him a little bit more.
Yeah, Jeffrey just looking at taking the lead there and driving onto starboard and going low down and towards Clark Island here.
Yeah, 2 minutes on the clock. We're still looking at like there's a bit of favour towards that pin end of the line, but it is definitely evened out a little bit more. So there are opportunities at both ends.
So Jeffrey leading, Will Sargent back to the line here. Jeffrey boat 7, Will Sargent boat 6. Both boats just fishtailing, trying to wipe that speed, and Will trying to get that hook to luff Jeffrey up and push him early to the line.
Yeah, both teams really low in that box, really pushing that Clark Island boundary. So fair bit of distance to get back up to the start line now. Probably they're a good 50 seconds of racing away.
Coming up to 1 minute here, and Jeffrey doing a great job at trying to kill the speed, and wipe them time off the clock, but Will just gauged up on the right of him, looking like he's going to go for a bit of a wide right start here.
Yeah, both are on track at the moment for that boat lay, so trucking along nicely with 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, Will definitely looking like he has a start on starboard, and Jeffrey can't get to him and shut him out past lay. So Jeffrey almost looking a little tight on the pin lay there, so has to be careful he doesn't get too low in the box.
20 seconds to go, and these teams are racing for that start line now, building that speed.
Bit more of a left shift we've seen come through the course during this pre-start. Jeffrey just squeezing up onto that lay line and will win the pin end, so give that start to Jeffrey there with Will Sargent early tacking off to clear his breeze.
Yeah, Jeffrey extending into this pressure all the time here, so this is looking really good from him.
Well, doing the right thing and just coming back at him early. Look to see Jeffrey probably just keep extending. He can easily do 2 tacks up inside of there and isn't at risk of Will Sargent potentially doing a dial down. So lots of gauge between the boats here.
Yeah, interesting. They're both running pretty similar main setups at the moment. You know, lots of no Cunningham on, middle of the trav. So they're both looking pretty lined up for height and speed at the moment.
Coming back to entry for the pre-start, we have Cole Tapper entering from the pin end and Deleuze entering from starboard.
Yes, we've had a mark change for for match 2. The finals will be racing to the orange and black top mark, whereas our petites are racing to the white top mark.
Both boats here just dialed up in the pre-start, just killing time off that clock. Still a big left phase for the competitors in the pre-start at the moment, so definitely be watching that as Deleuze comes for a tack and a dial down. Interesting to see a flag and what the umpires might say about that one, but looked to me like he was altering at him the whole time there. So probably a green flag. Yep, green flag. Cole just using the committee boat as a bit of a pick here to pin them out. Just a quick update for any viewers that might be listening. The match racing results service that we're posting these results on isn't working, so you won't be able to access the results from there.
But we'll keep you updated with what happens. Yeah, so coming in on the left-hand side of the course, we've got Jeffrey Peterson just to windward of Will Sargent. Jeffrey really good boat speed here. Very matched on height with Will Sargent, so both looking really locked into good modes.
Heading to the pre-start here. Deleuze just leading Tapper away from the start line here, and Tapper looked like he's in control, just blocking that jibe back, and look for him to dial up inside here and pin the Deleuze out to the right hand side of the starting area. .130 to go, and Cole's decided to take the lead here against the Frenchman, so actually he has not. He's doing circles, so both boats still thinking they're probably a bit early for the start, and we'll see who ends up taking the lead or who ends up pushing.
Yeah, they're a lot higher in the box compared to our petite final start, so they're coming into that boat a lot higher on that ley line. Back in our petite, we've got a really close match coming up to that first top mark. Jeffrey just above, in front of Will Sargent, forcing him to tack as he slips into his bad air. Will Sargent will flick back really soon as they are on that starboard ley line into this top white mark.
30 seconds to go here in the pre-start, and Cole Tapper still trailing Deleuze into the line here. Both boats tight on pin lay, and Cole doing a really good job to push Deleuze down the line here and trying to get that hook.
We saw that
looks like he's almost
really
got
strong.
it. Looks like he's got it here, and Deleuze having to tack out. Cole matching with, and we should see him potentially block his tack back here, or tack inside of him and get a tight leeward start. So yeah, late tack there from Cole, but should be okay. We'll see if there's a flag and a decision from the umpires. Good work from Cole to do 2 tacks there and get Deleuze down speed and on port of the boat.
On the right hand side of your screen, we've got the petite final first downwind. Jeffrey in boat 7, Green Kite, just kind of leading away on the inside, just below Will Sargent's line. Will just doing everything he can to get on Jeffrey's breeze and get a bit of speed on him.
Just an update on that pre-start situation. Deleuze received a penalty from that incident at the boat, so boat number 1, the Frenchman there, carrying a penalty off that pre-start. So Cole firmly in control of this match.
Jeffrey doing a really nice job here, leading away all the time. He's got a really nice, that low mode we've seen. The French use, he's kind of locked into that now as well, so he's doing a really good job just to soak on the inside and try and get his breeze clear of Will Sargent's. Leading the jibe back into this left pressure that Will's currently sailing out of.
Deleuze doing a really good job here in this finals race to close up onto Cole's line and really close that gauge up. Just Cole's got to be careful here and watch for a luff. If Deleuze luffs, I expect Cole just to fall out of there like he's doing now and just keep it simple and head back to all of this left side that we've liked all day as well.
Yeah, as we've seen, these penalties are really hard to kill, so.
Another cross here from Cole, and he's low fast at him, so Cole going for that hook there. Interesting move to bounce the Frenchies out to that left.
Yeah, with more left-hand pressure coming, this Frenchies are going to hook into that slightly before Cole is able to now.
French doing the same thing back to Cole here, ducking here for this little short-term right phase that we've got coming through on the southern side of Clark Island here, Shark Island, sorry. So you see the Frenchies just tacking in that right pressure there and coming out on a nice lift.
Yes, they've come back across with starboard advantage, which is going to force Cole to again dip in a similar fashion as we saw before.
Both boats really liking this right-hand side at the moment with this phase coming through, so we'll see how this plays out when they come back together again.
Down at the bottom mark, we have Jeffrey Peterson doing a right-hand turn to lead back to that left-hand side of the course, looking like Will Sargent's going to follow suit and follow behind him on his tail. Nice band of left pressure moving down the course now, so that Jeffrey will be able to hook into slightly before Will.
Back up at the finals action here. Deleuze just leading to this next left-hand pressure. Cole getting a little bit out of phase here, and the Frenchman just capitalising and managing to slip round the outside of Cole. So, little mistake from Cole there, but Deleuze still with that penalty to kill. So, Cole's just got to keep it close, keep it cool, and get back in this race. Yeah, just a reminder that this race is going to the change of course, the orange mark. So both boats approaching a ley line for the starboard lay very soon.
Yeah, so this orange mark is slightly further towards around to the left, just aligning with the pressure coming down that left-hand side of the track. French doing a really good job here just to force Cole into their bad air as they come in on this ley line, killing Cole's speed and height, allowing them to pull away all the time.
Back to the petites here, we can see Jeffrey Peterson, right-hand side of screen, comfortably leading Will Sargent. So once again, this is the winner takes all for the third place on the podium.
Yeah, Jeffrey's doing a really good job just to stay in phase with this breeze and stay in phase with Will. You know, not allowing any split to get in the way of his lead.
Heading back up to the top here, and Deleuze just continuing to extend against Cole. Cole just having to suck through the bad air of him and get back over towards this left-hand side.
Yeah, really seeing how much the French have able to climb height-wise against Cole, just from them sitting in their dirty air.
Both boats just tacking over and pre-poling as the French go for their hoist there.
Early jibe from the French, back onto starboard, just for this pressure that's coming down the left. It'll be interesting to see if Cole goes on his line to help block his breeze.
About a 3 boat length gauge as they round the mark there, so we'll see if Cole can close that as we head further down this downwind leg.
All Cole's looking to do is keep the game close and not give the French any opportunities to offset or to kill their penalty at the finish.
Yeah, interesting that they've decided to do a big split here, I think, with that penalty advantage they have. Last thing they really need is Deleuze to extend and be able to do that spin to win, but they're obviously backing the tactician on board Cole's boat to make the right decisions.
Back in frame is our petite final coming up to the top mark for the last time. A reminder that the winner of this race takes third place at the Youth Worlds this year, so Jeffrey doing a really good job of keeping himself between Will and the mark.
Jeffrey just going for that swing pole and about to get the pole on now and start his hoist. Good set from Jeffrey and the team. Really good slick through work there. Let's see how Will's is.
Oh no, we have a hourglass in Will's kite. Crew working really hard to get the twist out, but that's a killer for boat speed. And will just be a blessing to Jeffrey as he can extend all the time here.
Yeah, that's no good for the program on Will's boat. Definitely not what you need in the final downwind.
Yeah, Will doing a really good job of settling back down and just trying to stay on Jeffrey's line. Jeffrey is bow forward though, breeze forward.
Heading back down to the finals match here. Looks like Cole might have Deleuze locked out in downwind jail, but we'll see how it looks on the drone camera here. No, Deleuze has a drive. He looks clear ahead to me, so just trying to make that zone and soak down into that zone there.
Yeah. On just setting up for that right hand turn. Again, wanting to extend into that left hand side of the course for the pressure gains.
Yeah, both boats laying through here, so Deleuze setting up for a right hand turn and Cole looking like he's going to match at the moment.
Yeah, best thing Cole can do in this situation is just not engage but stay on his tail.
Great little bowman battle here just to see who can do the better drop out of the two and come round close behind. Cole's done a good job to close this distance up and stay really close to this next upwind.
Back on screen we have Jeffrey Peterson in green kite and Will Sarge in the red kite coming down to the finish line. Jeffrey with a substantial lead now, pulling away all the time to leeward. Just clear air, sailing fast, BMG through to the finish to take home the third place position. This is a huge relief for Jeffrey. You know, he would obviously have loved the finals spot as he won the title last year, so got to be happy with a third place position as well.
Just a little update on Cole and Deleuze. Just Cole dialed down and then Cole dialed down at Deleuze when he tried to tack and then Lee bowed him. So both really close together and looks like Cole's probably taken the lead here now. But watching Jeffrey cross the finish line here, great to see his team fight through those boat issue struggles and take the third place at the 2023 Australia Youth Match Racing World Championship. Congratulations to Jeffrey and his crew of Justin Callahan, Enzo Mendito, Daniel Pegg and Marbella Marlowe. Well done, team.
Yeah, big smiles on the USA boat.
Tough for Will Sargent, but he's fought a tough series. He sailed really well this week, so he can hold his head high.
Yeah, big,
same
big
with his
kudos
crew.
to his crew. Back up the course, heading to the top mark. We have Ange and Cole in a tight battle. A reminder that Ange still has a penalty.
Really tight tacking duel here between the two boats. Looks to me like Cole's in the lead slightly, but left pressure coming through for Ange to come back at Cole here, so we'll see how this cross looks as they get closer together. Cole going for the lee bow there, and yeah, he's extending a little bit. Maybe about a boat length lead for Cole here, but very tight at the top. Just a reminder that we see that yellow flag on the umpire boat, so Deleuze has that penalty to do before he crosses the finish line.
Cole Tapper coming back on starboard with starboard advantage against the French. He's looking really nice, lifted in a bit of a right phase at the moment, so gains to him all the time through here.
Yeah, Cole just doing some classic match racing here and controlling the right there. Oh, big Frenchman dipping there and getting a hook on Cole Tapper, forcing Cole to tack out and contact on the umpire boats. Contact on the boats, but umpire's green flagging. Didn't see the contact, so tough. Good break for Cole there, though. And a blue flag coming up, so 2 incidents there. Penalties offset. So Deleuze in the right now and has control over this race.
And we've got a bit of right-hand pressure coming down that he's able to capitalise on and bring back to that top mark on starboard ley line. So it will be interesting to see how this next cross comes.
Just a reminder that this is match point for the finals of the Youth Match Racing World Championships. So if Deleuze crosses the line first here, he will be crowned the world champion. Penalties are offset, so no outstanding penalties.
And this has definitely been a gain for that French crew coming back in on starboard ley line. Cole's team dipping the French boat, but they will have to come back to this starboard ley line sitting in the French bad air.
So Cole just having to sit in that disturbed air all the way into this orange-black top mark here.
Those crew, the bowman going forward, getting that pole set, ready for attack set.
Stand by for a spicy last downwind leg between these guys.
Yeah, this is all on for the Australian team. They're going to give it everything.
Less than a boat length gauge between the boats here, so all to play for. And Cole will look to Simo jibe as he's just getting caught a bit unaware from the French there, looking around behind him. A little bit late to that Simo, but he's come out hotter than the French and looking to roll over the top here.
Yeah, definitely boat speed advantage to Cole here at the moment. He's got nice little bit of puff and is finding his groove. French also just kind of starting to pull away underneath them.
Yeah,
with a nice little puff.
The French managing just to get that pole on, so a little bit more projection in their spinnaker, where Cole opting to leave the pole off and go high to try and get on their rear. Now Cole soaking down and just putting the pole on and resetting. Still about just over boat length, maybe and a half a gauge here, maybe 2 boat lengths now, so Cole just trying to sail V&G and surf in on these little waves he's got to the Frenchman's stern.
Yeah, nice bit of rolling wake coming in behind them, so capitalising on that all the time. Max Brennan on trim, working really hard just to pump down those waves, get that extra bit of acceleration, and try and close that gap to the French.
Yeah, really nice job from the Coles team there to catch a few waves. But Deleuze we've found he's just got this super downwind mode. He's super quick and looking like he's able to hold off Cole for the moment. Cole's got to start throwing some stuff at him if he wants to get back in this race.
Yeah, both teams will have to jibe to make this pin for the finish line. More breeze coming in from behind them all the time here.
Cole starting really nicely. Cole going bow up a little bit to try and get on the air of Deleuze. So yeah, let's see if he can throw that dirty air down onto Declare here.
Yeah, starting to definitely affect the French's main.
Cole going just for a bit of a split here, maybe a double jibe inside to set up on the inside line as the Frenchman just rolls into that jibe. Expect Cole to match straight back and get on the ear of Declare. There you go, he's affecting his spinnaker there So we'll see if Cole can close up this gauge and roll round. Big effect on the spinnaker. Coles goes for that jibe.
Cole's done a really good job here just to kind of get back in contention and affect that French.
Great work from Cole
team
there to roll over the bow, just keeping calm, and now all he has to do is soak down and make that zone lay. Marginal whether he can get a jibe in here, so Cole, yeah, he's definitely got a jibe now. He's pulled ahead and then go for that jibe. Better kite trim on Cole's boat, so great work to stay calm, stay in the race, and get that roll to get one up on the Frenchman and go 2-1 in the series. What a race.
Had to make it exciting for everyone. So,
we talked a lot about momentum and match racing yesterday, and could that be the changing point there for Cole Tapper? Just finding his form on that final downwind, staying calm, and after that offset penalty, let's see what happens for this last matchup.
yeah, Cole has a track record of loving to make everyone a little nervous before he comes home to smoke it. So fingers crossed for their crew that they can come back from this, as obviously the French team need only one more win to claim the title.
Yeah, I'm sure Cole and his crew's parents don't appreciate the extra nerves that he was causing on that final downwind, but good for him to get the job done, and Declerc's just got to come back out firing. He's been so on form these past few races, so just got to regroup, reset, and remember that he's still 2-1 up in this series.
Yeah, it was really good work on his part to offset that penalty. And yeah.
Yeah, he did a good job just to stay in the race the whole time, and Cole gave him an opportunity and he fully took it.
Yeah, so we would just like to, again, say a huge congratulations to Jeffrey Peterson and his crew of Justin Callahan, Enzo Medito, Daniel Pegg and Marbella Marlowe for winning the petite final and claiming the third place position. Also a huge congratulations to Will Sargent and his crew of Eddie Reed, Hugo Leeming, Paige Caldecote and Joel Bichel for giving them a really good fight and sailing really, really well this whole regatta. So big kudos to them and their clubs of Cruising Yacht Club of Australia and Balboa Yacht Club.
Yeah, both teams sailing super well this regatta, so they can really hold their heads high, and even if the results didn't quite go their way and they didn't quite make that final match up, yeah, they've done themselves and their countries proud. Here we can just see Jeffrey and crew flying that banner, the youth match racing banner that all competitors have been given. So congratulations to him and the team.
So flight 4 of the finals, we will see Cole Tapper entering on starboard and Ange Declare entering from port.
Great shot here of Jeffrey and team just posing for a few photos with that flag.
Yeah, they've had a great week going, winning all their races in the round robin. You know, they always say that that's a bit unlucky. So maybe maybe that's why they got third, but really well sailed by that whole crew.
Uh-oh. Justin almost losing his hat, but managing to grab it and jump out the boat for a quick dip. Once again, we'd like to thank the Australia 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championship event partners, Mercure Sydney, Audi Centre Sydney, Hallie Hansen Australia, media partner Sal Media, event photographer and videographer Darcy Collington. Thank you all very much. Some background of the shot, TV52 Celestial doing a bit of training for the Rolex Sydney Hobart coming up later this month.
Yeah, it's another big exciting event that the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia will be hosting.
Yeah, big thank you to Rolex, who I believe are celebrating their 30th year of sponsoring the event. So smiles on board Cole Tapper's boat here, just regrouping, keeping the vibes high on board and getting ready for their 4th race.
Yeah, looking up the course at the moment, big left bands coming down the harbour, but it's increasing a little bit as the day goes on, so it's going to be a really good matchup for these last 1 or 2 races.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely dropping off a little bit in pressure and becoming a little bit more unstable on the right-hand side of the course over by Shark Island a bit more. Maybe the island just starting to affect that top right corner, and also with the laser fleet to the right in the picture, throwing some bit more disturbed air down. Still seeing that breeze sort of track left with the sun as the day progresses, so yeah, that left just always looking really strong, but the occasional big right band pushing through around the southern end of Shark Island there.
That is Foxtrot up, so we're in sequence.
In sequence for the 4th match of the finals at the Australia 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championships.
So we've got Cole Tapper entering from starboard and Ange entering on port. So yeah, everything to fight for in this match. Obviously, Cole needs the win to have an opportunity to claim victory here today. So going to be a big one.
Yeah, still match point in this final series for Deleuze. If he wins this, then he will be crowned the world champion. So Cole's got a lot of work to do. One more win and he'll tie the series up and force a decider. So yeah, all to play for here.
Coming into our 5 minutes here, we've got that French team on film now, doing their runs, dialing in their timing, getting ready for their entry in 1 minute.
Coming into the final approach for the entry for the race 4 of the final series here at the 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championships. We have Deleuze from France entering on port and Tapper from Australia entering on starboard. Series is 2-1 to Deleuze, so Tapper at match point and needs to win this to stay in the game.
Yeah, classic pre-start. We're seeing another dial-up from the teams.
Tight dial-up here, not much gauge between the boats. Both boats just trying to build a little bit of backwards flow here. See Tapper there just exiting the dial up and extending away while Deleuze builds on starboard and heads down towards the pin. Expect to see Tapper attack here and then come back at him and try and re-dial up.
Yeah, Cole with that starboard advantage there.
Big dial down here at the moment, so we'll see if Deleuze can low cross and get round his bow as they head towards Clark Island there in picture.
Both teams will just be really trying to avoid getting a penalty on them. As we've seen today, they are hard to offset and kill, so big thing they'll be thinking about, keeping it clean.
Tight between the boats there, but Deleuze easily across Cole, and Cole just driving in behind and getting ready to start their circles. They've picked up that moored boat out of the pre-start area, so that not really become a feature anymore, but we might see the team start to use Clark Island as a bit of a boundary. There are a few rocks that are around in there that they can't really get too close to, so we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, Cole Tapper just sitting right behind the French here on the same line. .150 to go, and both teams are really deep in the box, right up against Clark Island. Fair bit of distance to sail back towards that ley line for the start.
Coming up to 1:30 to go, and Deleuze just leading Tapper back here into the pre-start. Both boats still relatively early for the pin end, but not as much to kill as we've seen teams lead back from there before, so Deleuze looks to have a good time on distance down towards this favoured pin end of the line.
Definitely got left pressure off the line currently, so the teams will be head out of the boat wanting to get into that first shift.
1 minute to go, and Deleuze still tight lured on Cole here. Cole locked to windward here, so having to tack out and Deleuze will follow. Cole not having an option to tack back here, so potentially pinned out from the start.
Yeah, On's doing a really good job here of stopping Cole from getting boat entry here.
Coming up 30 seconds to go, and On's just doing a really good job at controlling that gauge, not getting too close, but not letting Cole be able to tack and complete onto starboard.
About 4 boat leads back off the start boat now.
Really good here from Onge. He's in the controlling position. You'll just see him tack, hold high, and pin Cole out of the start, making sure he starts tight to that committee boat and not letting Cole get inside there. So he will crush Cole off the start and lead clear ahead. Great pre-start there from Onge, and exactly what he needed to come off the line. Cole firmly behind, and definitely a pre-start win to Onge there. Great work from him and his crew.
Now we just see Onge just, you know, coming back on top of Cole, keeping that loose cover, keeping it staying in the same phase and in the same breeze, not letting Cole get an opportunity. Onge extending into these left pressure all the time here. Both teams doing just a really good job of keeping those boats flat, hiking really hard as this breeze builds.
Interesting that Onge has decided to cover Cole on this board and almost bounce him back to the left here. We're still seeing left bands coming down the course, but a bit of a boat handling mistake there from the trimmer Hamish Vats, just slipping and letting the jib flap. That's might be a costly mistake for Cole and the team, but he's got the left-hand side of the course at the moment, so let's see if he can gain a little bit back on these lefties coming through.
Yeah, as we head over to this left side, there's definitely a lot more boat wake. We've got quite a few launches and yachts coming through that left-hand side of the course, so really important tactically to watch where you tack relative to that wake. On's just doing a really good job of staying in phase with this breeze, forcing Cole to always have to tack out of his dirty air.
Cole's still extending to these lefties, so we'll see if Orange can pick up some righties on this the right hand side of Cole, but looks like he's a little bit up there, but we'll see what happens close towards the top mark. Cole definitely gaining back here, well within one boat length worth of gauge now. So Cole almost had to dip that cross.
Yeah, Cole's definitely got that advantage being 4 up with their boat handling. So their tacks are really clean and efficient. Just again that advantage of having one less person on the boat, one less weight moving through at a different time. Big wake on for both teams as they get to this top left-hand side of the course.
Gauge between the boats, about half a boat length here at the moment. Cole definitely gaining back from taking control of this left-hand side, so bit of a mistake that maybe they're from Orange and just letting him get the lift and always come back on in the tacking duels.
Yeah, not really seeing much right-hand pressure for Orange to come back on here, so quite a big split as Cole extends into this left-hand corner. It will be really interesting when they come back across.
Yeah, especially in the top right corner, it looks really light over there, and yeah, not much pressure at all. But just to the left of the top mark where we are, we can see a big lefty coming through. So watch this next cross coming up.
Yeah, the only advantage Ons has is he's in a lot less chop, so Cole will have quite a fair bit of chop as he comes up in on port. Cole on lay for this top mark rounding.
And Cole clear ahead rounding into this top mark. Orange having to do a tack set there, altering at Cole there the whole time. So could be a penalty on Orange here. Let's see what the umpires say. Penalty Cole. So yellow flag, that's a penalty for Cole Tapper there.
Yeah, big contact at that top mark with that bear away.
And a red flag, so Cole has to do that immediately. The umpire's deciding that Cole gained control out of breaking that rule. So yeah, Cole spinnaker down, doing the spin now, and you'll see him go back into that hoist and get the spinnaker back up.
So penalty is clear. Just struggling with that hoist. There we go.
Can we get an update from the umpires on what they saw for that penalty?
I can see
So just confirming from the umpires there, the penalty was for a mark room incident where because Orange was the starboard boat coming into that mark, he needed to give, Cole needed to give Orange room to round the mark, and the umpires deciding that Cole did not do that. So awarding a penalty to Cole, and because he gained control out of that and was ahead, making it a red penalty. So he has to do the penalty immediately like he just did.
All things considered, Cole's done a pretty good job here of keeping up boat speed, getting reset, and he's still very much in this race.
Yeah, he's still within about 5 boat lengths here of Orange, so still well within this race, and we'll see Cole fight back really, really hard here.
Not the best jibe from the Aussie team. Just a few issues with getting their height set, which was a little costly. It'll definitely be straight in here for that right turn, leading back into that left pressure for both teams.
Both boats just soaking in and probably looking for that right-hand turn.
French go pole away, getting set up for that mark rounding nice and early, giving themselves plenty of time to execute the rounding well. Getting to that left-hand side of the course early will be a huge advantage for those French team.
Yeah, so about a 5 boat length lead for Orange here, so Cole's still in this race, but got a lot of work to do to catch back up.
Good mark rounding from both teams as Cole tacks straight out. It's interesting, he's giving him the left again.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Orange is really seeing out on this right-hand side of the course with Cole gaining back every time he splits to the left. So maybe just a loose cover there from Orange and wanting to go to the left as well.
Yeah, got a really good left puff coming down now that both teams are starting to hook into. So very wicked up on speed.
Cole just working a really nice higher mode here on Orange and trying to close a little bit more gauge as he goes for attack here, just to bring the game back towards the middle of the course. And Orange still bouncing him further left, so still really liking that right hand side, which is interesting.
Both teams working really hard to keep that boat flat. Cole's definitely able to lock in a higher, faster mode compared to the French. I guess more time in the boats, more experience sailing the E7s, and has really dialed in that upwind moding. Yeah, this left side of the course really working for Cole. Definitely able to close that gap a little bit more on the French crew.
Both boats just right into this tacking duel now. Cole trying to bring the game back towards the middle of the course, and Orange trying to lock Cole out onto this left-hand ley line.
Both teams rolling through some pretty big ferry swell. Having to drive a little bit lower just to keep the boat trucking. On's just extending into this lefty all the time, coming back to sit on Cole.
Gauge definitely closing between the boats now. Cole's probably half the distance that he had behind at the bottom mark here. So Cole working really nice modes and connecting the dots upwind to get right back in this game. And he's going to be right on Onge's tail as they go around this top mark, especially with them extending to this pressure.
Yeah, and as we've seen, like that trailing is really powerful position to be in.
So Cole just tacking back here, back onto Port Lay, and Onge just matching him. Cole fully closing down all this gauge on this upwind leg and right behind Onge now. Boats almost overlapped here. Another spicy downwind coming up here, so watch for a lot of action on this one and a lot of passes.
Yeah, so really powerful position for Cole here, just sitting right on Onge's line, on his breeze, really affecting his main and spinnaker there.
Just trying to set up for this Simo jibe and manoeuvre like we had last race, where Cole would jibe and then roll on the starboard jibe, as we both see both boats go for them now. Little sloppy jibe there from the French with the kite collapsing there, and good jibe from the Aussies to get up on their breeze and start rolling around their bow.
Yeah, really good effort from Hamish, Cole's bow, to get that pole on a lot faster than the French. Get locked back into that mode.
Lots of choppy water here for the both boats to contend with. Two big powerboat wakes coming together and colliding. So we'll see if Cole can extend and get that jibe in. But De Clercq doing a really good job just to stay in it, stay low and try block that jibe. But Cole surfing on these waves and inching ahead every wave.
Yeah, it really highlights how the physicality of the trimmers, how much it helps drive these boats downwind. French coming in quite hot.
Yeah, trying to surf Cole's wake into him here. So still boats overlapped with the kites. So watch for a luff here. On's just going to lock Cole in downwind jail here to the right-hand side of the gates, looking downwind if they can't. So
Green flag. Onge put a protest up, but it has been greened. Cole going for that jibe.
Clear ahead from Cole, so no troubles there. He manages to get the jibe in and heads towards the gates, so that's great work there from Cole. My apologies, heading to the finish here, so Cole really needing to do that to stay in this race, and you'll see Cole jibe back just on Onge's line here. Really critical downwind there.
French really capitalising on surfing Cole's wake here, just getting that extra acceleration and coming back to build that overlap again.
Yeah, Cole's just got to keep it simple here and keep his kite set. Ange going for that jibe, and Cole just jibing into leeward. It's got to be careful that Ange can't get that jibe in, but he's doing a great job. Flag there from Cole, green flag from the umpires, and again Cole continuously flagging here as they roll into the jibe. Blue flag penalty. That's a penalty on Ange.
So Ange really struggling with that kite there.
Penalty on Ange. Cole crosses the finish line, and Cole ties the series up at 2-all.
Classic Cole, just making everyone a little bit nervous. But we will see. It'll now be match point. The winner of the next race will become the 2023 Australia Youth Match Racing World Champion.
Ange has still got a spinnaker all over Cole here. It's done a really, really messy drop, and he might not even be able to get it off. It's just got it off Cole's boat now, but it's all the way in the water. Once again, Cole getting the job done on that final last downwind. Really good at attacking from behind. So great work from him and the team to stay calm under pressure and get the job done to stay in the game.
So Jack, if you were helming in this race, what would be running through your head right now?
I'll just go out there and have fun. Pretty much, you're in the finals of the Youth Match Racing World Championships. It can't get much better than that. But yeah, just honestly, just keeping calm and keeping the vibes high on board. Both teams have been sailing super well this whole event, so they just need to. It's all a mental game, really. They just need to keep their heads clear and just go back to basics with all the decision making.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Change batteries again.
Jack's hot again.
Great shot here of the spectator ferry once again, and we can see all our fellow competitors on the top deck of the ferry in the Hallie Hansen Australia competitor shirts that have been provided to us.
big hydrating session for the French, gearing up for their big last race. Gonna put everything they have left into it. Alright, so we're about to get underway with Flight 5 of the Australia 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championship. Everything is on the line for this race with both teams 2 up. Winner of this race will become the Youth World Champion. We have the French team of Ange Delerc entering on starboard from the committee boat. And we have Cole Tapper from Australia entering in on port.
Foxtrot just gone up there, 7 minutes until go. Looking up the course again, more of the same, to be honest. Same story, left wins. We're still Cole, both upwind legs, take control of the left-hand side and close the gauge down against Deleuze. Both times had about a five boat length maybe deficit at the starts, and managed to claw it back by the top mark. So either Cole is sailing really, really well upwind and got a faster mode, or that left-hand side is just paying off with the big left shifts coming through.
On screen we see that French crew just rechecking those ley lines on that boat end. We've got breeze clocking more and more left as the day's gone on.
Coming down to the 5 minutes here, we have Deleuze just doing his time on distance checks and dialing in that time to really nail that entry and give him the best shot he can to win this final and deciding race of the Youth Match Racing World Championships.
25 seconds on the clock, and the teams are doing their final run into their entry point.
Yeah, both teams standing by to enter here. Once again, Ange Deleuze from France entering on starboard, and Cole Tapper from Australia entering on port in a winner-takes-all final race. Another dial up here from both boats. Cole just tacking underneath nice and early, keeping it simple, and Deleuze just matching him here.
Both teams got quite a bit of backwards flow on now. France just moving back quite quickly.
Yeah, both teams big backward flow here, just reversing up. Ange matching him quite well, but not building any gauge away from Cole here. We see Cole think about backing the main right, and Chelsea going up forward to wrap the jib. So Cole trying to close the gauge up on Deleuze here, but Deleuze just getting out of there and exiting into the playground.
Once again, we're seeing the circles just to kill that time. 2 minutes 30 on the clock. Cole choosing to extend a little bit further into the playground before circling.
Very simple pre-start here at the moment. Both teams just choosing to do their own thing and keep it simple, not risk getting a penalty. Just, like I said, going back to basics and doing the basics well to give them the best shot of coming off the line even.
Yeah, get off the line fast.
Just inside 2 minutes to go, and we've seen Deleuze jibe and do probably one last final circle before taking the lead. Cole doing a tack circle here. We'll see if he takes the lead. Cole choosing to take the lead here, 1 minute 30 to go. Looks relatively on time here. We've seen him kill a lot more time from this position in the relative pre-start area, so I think Cole's time on distance is really good here. It's just got to watch that Deleuze doesn't jump him and take the lead off him here.
Yeah, once again getting into those fishtails.
Big fishtails here and getting really low in the box here, yeah. Cole doing a really good job to use Clark Island as a bit of a boundary and not let Deleuze get inside of him. So Cole got Deleuze locked here above the boat hand lay line, similar to how Cole started the previous match, crushed off the line.
Yeah, with 30 seconds on the clock, these two teams are almost racing for the start here. Cole just got to make sure he can hold that high mode and really try and squeeze Deleuze so that he can't live.
Yeah, Cole in a very commanding, tight leeward position here. Should be able to gauge up and make Deleuze tack off the boat, but Deleuze doing a great job just to try and pull bow even here. So we'll see what happens with this lineup off the line. Cole looks like to be a little bit late to that start, while Deleuze just a little bit more bow forward here. So we'll see who can keep the gauge and how the boat speeds are looking.
Yeah, Ange just doing a really good job here to just keep chipping away, getting that bow forward on Cole and starting to disturb his air. It's not an easy position to survive in, so he's holding that high mode really nicely and gaining from it all the time.
Yeah, really good mode here from the French. They're looking like they keep pulling bow forward, so we'll see if they're able to hold this as we get more out in towards the lefties, further by Bradley's head out on this left-hand side of the course.
Yeah, Cole's doing really well at just holding really high and trying to survive in the current situation.
Yeah.
French just kind of climbing off of him now, getting in that breeze first and just lifting off of Cole.
Cole's definitely affected here and can't live here, but no tack option for him at the moment, so just has to hang in there and once again just keep the game close like he's been doing these past few matches where he's come from behind. So
interesting how different Trav's setup is. You know, we've got Australia running mid to low Trav, and the French are a lot higher Trav for that real high mode, but they are running a lot more heel.
Yeah, Deleuze just also able to hold his shape in his mainsail a lot better than Cole. We can see a lot of bubbling on that the luff of Cole's mainsail there. So interesting setups for sure.
Yeah, Cole really struggling, looking for that tack option all the time. There we go. Yes. It's tough for Cole now because he is down speed compared to the French, and he has now just been bounced straight into some quite substantial ferry chops. So Ons has done a good job here to stay in a powerful position.
Yeah, 2 quick tacks there from Cole, really not what you needed to keep that boat speed high. So Ons will just continue to bounce Cole all the way out to this left-hand ley line. They're probably only about 15 boat lengths off the ley line, if that, so not much more to go on starboard board.
Yeah, we've got a nice left shift coming down the course, so that'll definitely help with those ley lines.
Yeah, Cole just really fighting hard to try and drag this game back to the middle, but On's doing a great job just to lee bow him here every time. Bit of a friendly lee bow there from Onge as he falls over and loses a bit of footing there. So Cole able to live in this windward position with Gage. Let's see if Cole can capitalise on this and maybe even throw in a little high mode as we see a bit of an unorthodox hiking position there from Chelsea. Bit of great leverage gains, you could probably say. But Cole just working a really nice high mode in that lefty, and he's almost on lay, so if he can get another lefty, then he might lay this mark. But
Onge definitely up on the boat speed, just running a click maybe 2 degrees lower, and just able to punch through this chop a little bit nicer. Chel's working really hard there, keep that boat flat.
keel trimming in action.
Yeah, Cole's starting to struggle to stay in that mode.
Both boats still marginal lay. Deleuze will probably have to do 2 here, but Cole might be able to lay up to this top mark, so we'll see if he can squeeze a high mode out of the boat and make it happen. But Deleuze just closing up onto his line and starting to affect Cole. So both boats having to do 2 tacks there as they both simultaneously tack into this top mark.
Real good shot, just showing how close this race is. I mean, everything is on the line, and both these teams are giving it their all.
Swing pole from both teams here as the French halyard gets a little bit stuck, so slow hoist there from the French.
Lots of yelling can be heard on the race course as the French struggle to set their kite. Good position for Cole to be in now, just to sit on his line. Again, cover his breeze, affect him, and build speed off of it.
Once again, Cole will be thinking about the same thing, setting up for that simo jibe and looking to roll. As they both go for the jibe here, Cole looking to come out hot out of this manoeuvre and round over the top of de Klerk's bow.
Hamish doing a really good job there just to get that pole on. Out on the left-hand side of the course, we've got a big cruise ship that is about to sail through the harbour, so we will be keeping eyes on that to see how it will affect the second half of this match.
Now Deleuze's just got to think about here, just staying inside and trying to block Cole's jibe back. Cole will be looking to extend and get enough distance between the boats that he can throw a jibe and clear Declerc's bow clear ahead. So both boats working really hard here at a critical point in the race.
Again, both teams lining up for that right-hand turn at the bottom gate.
Cole just going into that super low mode like we saw the past few downwinds and into that jibe where he is clear ahead and he will be able to cross clear ahead of Declerc. So bringing the game back to the middle and probably stand by a jibe back from Cole just to keep in touch.
Yeah, he's not far off lay for this right-hand turn gate. So
Cole just jibing back here, and we'll probably see him jibe back on his line or cross to the other side as Declerc comes hot and does the same thing back to Cole, jibing on his inside.
Really nice boat handling here from Cole's team. Just keeping that kite set through these manoeuvres is really, really important.
Contact there between the boats and a flag from Declerc. So blue flag penalty. It's a penalty tapper that crossing in front of Declerc's spinnaker a few times, just really costing him there, needing to keep it simple. So even more work to do now than he already had.
Quick drop from Cole's team, getting ready for this mark rounding.
Declerc taking the inside line here into this mark and owning the zone. So Declerc will be first round this bottom mark, but a late drop from him. So Hamish winning the bowman battle there, and we'll see if Cole can capitalise. Look, into a luff here, making Declerc tack out, slow tack, and Cole now winning that left-hand side.
They're both allowing a little bit more of a split off out of this gate. Cole just wanting to extend into that left-hand pressure and before going back.
So just confirming that penalty on Cole Tapper. The umpire's ruling a port starboard as the boats were on opposite jibes, and they saw contact between the stern of Cole Tapper's boat, who was ahead. Contact between the sides of the boats.
Cole doing a really nice job, just making Orange bounce out to that right-hand side. A little bit less pressure over there. Cole extending into that left shift all the time before coming back. Cole coming back at Orange for this cross.
Big cruise ship on the left-hand side of the course there, so both boats are sticking relatively to the middle here and in a bit of attacking duel at the moment. Cole trying to bounce Declerc to the right-hand side of the racetrack.
Yeah, we may see a bit of a wind shadow from this cruise ship as it moves past our top mark.
Declerc electing to stay in that windward position and try and live. So he is trying to keep the gauge to windward and lock Cole out to this poor hand lay line.
Yeah, as we see though, Cole's really dialed into this like high fast mode, and as you can see, he's winning all the time here. Just coming, punching bow forward, and just boat speed advantages all the time to him and his team.
Yeah, great work from Cole, slightly pulling ahead here on almost enough, not quite enough yet to tack and cross. So Declerc doing a really good job here to stay in the game and try and force Cole over this lay line. Only about 8 more boat lengths to the sleigh line, so not much more longer on this board for the teams. Cole's starting to get a little bit worried.
We also have quite a lot of top mark wake, so this coming in on Port Lay is going to be bumpy.
Really good sailing here from de Klerk, just to hold on in that windward position, and you'll see him tack over soon and lead back towards this mark. Cole still can't get that cross in, so it's going to be very tight again to this top mark, but remembering that Cole has that penalty that he needs to offset.
Yeah, so both teams just coming a degree or two lower just to help drive through this wake. A lot of wash all the way to this top mark now.
So both boats over ley line here, so de Klerk just picking his time to go back. Cole starting to go into a really big high mode here just to close that gauge up and force him to tack. But the longer they go here, the better it is for Cole at the moment. De Klerk tacks, Cole quickly follows to minimise that gauge, and he'll be breeze clear into this mark.
They're able to capitalise on this wake a little bit. They're kind of surfing down this swell as they come into this overlaid top mark. Chelsea getting that pole ready nice and early.
Cole definitely closing the gauge here with big surfing on these waves that we were talking about. Boats almost overlap heading into this top mark.
So this downwind is all on.
Final downwind into the finish. Here we go.
Not the best set from Australia. Bit slow getting it up and set. Good set from the French though.
All the French have to think about here is just keeping it calm and staying ahead. Stay to the left of Cole Tapper, and there'll be not much that he can do here. Cole will be looking to roll and then Cole will be looking to simo jibe when de Klerk roll here, when de Klerk jibes here, and then roll over his bow and get to the left-hand side of him.
Yeah, just affecting his spinnaker all the time here. Cole's doing a really good job, just sitting right on his wind, slowing his boat speed down.
Yeah, definitely affecting his main here. So Cole doing a good job to close that gauge and just stay on the inside line and stand by for that simo jibe. Both boats setting up here for a jibe. And once again, Cole going hot out of the jibe to try and get it, but quick jibe back to try and get to the left-hand side of him. Interesting choice there. Cole's going to try and surf in on this wake here. Not sure about how they are lay-wise to the pin, but we'll quickly find out.
Yeah, with a bit of soak, the French are currently laying the pin, but Cole's going to do everything he can to keep him a bit high.
Cole's still without a pole here at the moment, so the super hot angle here means that he can't get that pole line, while the Frenchman on de Klerk team have that pole line and better projection. So both boats not laying the pin here, and looking like they're going to have to do another jibe to get into this finish. Gauge is about half a boat length between the boats here at the moment, with Cole just sitting on the windward hip.
Yeah, Onge nicely settled into a mode there. Reminder that Cole still has his penalty that he must offset or kill before the finish.
Both boats big simo jibe here and a huge collapse on Onge's kite. Cole jibes back inside and really looking to block that jibe back.
Onge extending all the time here. Really nice mode into the finish.
Looking like On just going to lay the zone here, so he will get to this pin zone ahead and have room at the pin. On still clear ahead and soaking down to lay.
Coming across the line is Ange Declare, your 2023 Australia Youth World Match Racing Champion.
Huge congratulations to the French team there. They sailed so well the whole week and just building momentum throughout these past final 2 days.
Huge shout out to Ange's team crew of Julia Demandio, Julian Bernal, Corentin Goulon and Erwin Filio. And another huge congratulations to our second placed home team of Cole Tapper alongside Max Brennan, Hamish Vass and Chelsea Williams, who will also still be stoked with a second place at the Youth Worlds at their home club.
Yeah, tough for Cole here and crew on their local waters. Looking a bit defeated at the moment, but huge joy for the French here. Both teams sailed so well in a deciding race, so yeah, they can both hold their heads high.
Yeah, both teams will be coming off the water today knowing they gave it their all, left it all out on the water and did everything they could to claim that title. So big congratulations to the French and sending all our love to the Aussies.
Yeah, they're ready.
Lots of celebrations on board that French boat at the moment. We are lining you up for a interview with your French skipper, who is now the current Youth World Match Racing Champion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Big smiles all around.
What a race! We won 2-0 with an ice. Wow.
So just to recap, we have the French team of Ange Declare in first place, Cole Tapper in second, and Jeffrey Peterson in third place. Coming to you now is an interview with the new world champion skipper of the French team, Ange Declare. Yeah, we would just like to say a huge thank you to our event broadcast partner, Sail Media, and particularly a huge shout out to Jimmy Burry and his team for the massive work in getting this production up yesterday. Getting this production up yesterday and today. We'd also like to thank our official event partners, We've got the Mercure Hotel Sydney for accommodating all the competitors and officials at this year's World Championship. Audi Centre Sydney for their ongoing support of the CYCA and to the World Championship. Helly Hansen Australia for their fantastic competitor and official apparel range that we have all been wearing on the water today. Sydney Brewery and Devil's Corner Winery Tasmania for their contributions. Noakes Group for the official spectator ferry today. And finally, Sail Media for their broadcast of Day 4 and 5 of the World Championship. Congratulations once again to Ange de Klerk and his team of Julia Dimandio, Julien Bernal, Corentin Goulon, Erwan Filio. Huge congratulations to that team of 5. And for the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia, host of the 2023 World Sailing Youth Match Racing World Championships. My name is Sophia Higgett, and thank you for joining us today here in Sydney, Australia. Coming to you now is Jack Fruin interviewing our new world champion, Ange de Klerk, who has a huge smile on his face and looks ready to celebrate tonight. Also a huge thank you to all the
I'm here with Ange de Klerk from France, the 2023 Australia Youth Match Racing World Champion. And Ange, how does it feel?
Oh, a lot of emotion. I'm very happy to be here to win this final. Lot of emotion because we won 2-0, but our adversary, our opponent, never give up. He come back every time, and we stressful ourselves. With the spectator boat, they are not with us, so it's very we are very stressed, but we never give up too, and we won this final. A lot of emotion. I'm very happy to be here in this spectacular place.
Well, you sailed very well all week and building momentum over these past 2 days and really on form for this final. So congratulations, and I hope you and your team enjoy the prize giving ceremony.
Thank you very much. Thank you. My English not too bad.
No, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want me to do it? Like, you've already done it. Okay.
just say like once again.
Here are our 2023 Youth Match Racing World Champions. Ange Leclerc and team from France, congratulations to the whole team for their outstanding performance today. We'd like to say a huge thank you to our event broadcast partner, Sal Media, and in particular a huge shout out to Jim Berry and his team for the massive work in getting this production up yesterday and today. We'd also like to thank our event partners, Mercure Hotel Sydney, for accommodating all the competitors and officials at this year's World Championship, Audi Centre Sydney for their ongoing support to the CYCA and to the World Championship, Helly Hansen Australia for their fantastic competitor and official apparel range, Sydney Brewery and Devil's Corner Winery Tasmania for their contributions, Noakes Group for the official spectator ferry today, and finally Sal Media for their broadcast of day 4 and 5 of the World Championship. Once again, congratulations to Ange Leclerc and team from France for winning the Australia 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championship. Well done, team.